94.7 Asempa FM. Oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM. Everywhere you are. Asempa FM. Everywhere you go. Asempa, hey. Asempa, hey. All talk all day.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.
Asempa FM.
Radio program of
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
the winner radio program of the year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. And there they come, ladies and gentlemen.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
It should count.
Yeah, that's
the time I have, but if I have any agent, now, and near man that will never to accommodate so. Minimum set Ghana that were Kumaso. Sounds when a Damakumaso. Yeah, and Tiana, a man in Pija.
Hey, they say the price cost through.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
The most authoritative afternoon show host. Hey, they say the price cost through.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
The most authoritative afternoon show host. And I did you massa. They say, do we are not Bobby Dimpa? Hey, Nana Bunsi PC. I told me a day. And now did you massa? I told me, Yamida say, no, I have a 2 year, maybe banner. Chance. Age job chance. When I say we be this inspirational in the camp. Oba the first 5 minutes more for man. O papa kuma beto ha. Because you do as I do have we say soon be tifia. Soon be wow. So no we do my emre.
Asempa FM.
Na for so tie. Na ya sorry ko.
E dey kan ma ya chia atifo. Na ya hwefo. Titiri wona wa ma no ne. O hwe se weather e wo ho nya sam kitwa. Then so na mushu ise the city and kofa gemira wona wo hwe no mfoni ehwe won so a wo tie no wasom so etie and so Ghana has so wo hwe
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
much be at 3 am yenuanum trotro for one so a wo yo bojoboja enyuma Uber drivers taxi drivers workers whether formal and informal workers baby bia for baby Ekosiisen your program omutie enti yada mo sese o magemra omutie mama nchia tie for ya na o ma sese o mkoso atie Asempa onu Asempa de hana Asempa pawo enti ewia bo a obi atie ha enti yada mo se any program mo de aba wona wo tie so o magemra ni tie enti o maso ene o mani o ma defeat so yada o ma se
openness, no. I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, oh, Miracle, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians, they only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines, they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
But what being,
that's it. And the Honorable John upon the attending cannot. Lawyer John, Lawyer Quababy.
Obi, Mijoso, Yadawas and Sunny Juma Power, Ghana de Eba or Manya Sama, Ne and Koma, defer my Obi him say Obi ni Asempa Ekosiisen any number 1 Entimoni Ejuma.
Yeah, that's it. We shall come out Dean Abdullah. How about now? It's saying,
oh, Obi, Yankopon to minti, Bibia Edadi, and Rechinam Watamale. Oh, na Mitie Ekosiisen.
Asempa FM.
ABC Radio. And as usual, you are fantastic. In fact, Obi, Mecca said we have not been shortchanged by multimedia at all.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
Placement or you're sitting on the seat no has actually proven to us say indeed Ghana
Asempa
has the
FM.
men, and Ghana will continue to have the men in the media industry. Asempa Matisse Mwanya.
CIMG Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen.
Obi. Me boma baso papa.
Asempa Matisse Mwanya.
CIMG radio program of the year. Ekosiisen.
Obi. Me boma baso papa. I'm say next time no. Sa segment no. Me here some segment no. Omo share that man sa award. Because that segment is sweet, is beautiful, is informing, it's telling us say Ghana is put first. And that segment is a segmenter. I'm say Omo Radio Awards. Omo here segment ye pa. Now within Ekosiisen no. Me here Semonso Enya award. Na me boma baso congratulations.
Me so copy. Sa ena oba region so a etie. Ena oba national so a etie. Eye petitioner urban wan kase nkratai onya bi onka ba bia sada e won krata ode aba betu court mu enne omo say 275 constituencies no yemfa ho nkratai nyina amnyina ma omo isi emfa ma omo ebiem all the 16 regions no so no isi emfa ho nkratai nyina ma omo ansa na yeba national so yemfa ho nkratai nyina ema omo na abusuafo nea ehu hia ye pa ne say Sankrata nyina nso omu obi dada etiene ise obehwa kasatintin wo hoy entoponko twene nso animu da ho a ye monche mu
Asempa FM
etia etinya kasatintin donhwere no ene nsem a obeka asabia ye ntwanchia no ena eno beka se o wasem etiene wo hwe easy lawyer na wo hwe eye president Nana Akufo-Addo lawyer nsem o mo kan na gina mra no so omo say sankrata nyina omo obi ina biem nso no omo hu hia omo ntimi enda na di se hu be hia se o se wei no ye de ma omo eho na Supreme Court eko ena osabaye empanifo baye omo nyina empanifo nso ni nyina adwen eko benkrom ena omo nyina se eye sa ensem ya mo se yemfa mo na mpese mo hwe nkrata mu yin Niedi kan mu wo sankrata ni bidada ne toso mienu ehu hia no muntimi enkyereye ne toso miensa munsan enka o mu petition ni mu se ekrata no munsan ka etise wokọ eye ye mramu Evidence Act na eye section 166 eda na di pefe sekrata bia ye be mawo ebie se ne potoka se me ka no carbonized copy no sakrata ne de mawa ni original no ene ni nyina no ayepe a court agitum say ya dance ye enu nti no court impanifo nso yi ebo eye ensem no enyina eguye abusia mamema ne nda na di say ekamya kwa say eye petitioners eye former president Mahama oni dance ye nti court dem ho no person odi ni ti ebo bodan mu no pa dance ye enti oni dance ye nti no nanu ye busa ye say na mu ankasa mu ye mu coalition no Aya former President Mahama Onya say, Openi esi edun ketia say, my lord, I have not brought that figure to court. Chese san kuntebu no man fa ma court. Na one so president a wujina manu so Onya say, enu so onim. Na nanado de nso Onya say, enu so onim. Na total no so
Asempa FM.
Eti enne asema Ekosiisen no court abo ni nyina egu. Na asem ko esi ya. Na eniye nyan na o se ka ho asem. Asem bi si no Openi chachu Asemo kind say a judge penny pano. Na asemo kind no a completely irrelevant questions obusa no. Wey sa kasa twitwe ahantan kasa asa ye pese ye ka na efu a justice for no ebo no. E ade a o se kasetia. E very unfortunate. Say penny lawyer penny pa wonim de. Na wutimi ene judge penny e kasa asem ni firi wa no kraba. A very unprofessional language. O say yeka eti wey any endiama ene ekoso e Supreme Court o say ye ma munyina mu dadi abusuanfo e bedamase na ansa na no mesre san say ye ne mpanifo ene wa ha a lawyer for mutamachi ene chairman Macmenu emu wa ha Obapa Joyce enso wa ha lawyer Joyce Boaten enso e wa ha say ena Hajia Fati Abubakar Onoso lawyer Nipa, deputy director, office of the president, lawyer Nana Ajua Adobia Santi, and so Ewo Hase, and Sana a year Evans Nimako, ya lawyer for Impeni for Mudia Nimaya, lawyer Kotampao, lawyer Frank Davis, lawyer Adodapa, lawyer Kweku Esifi, lawyer Yao Opon, lawyer Shelaminka Premo, lawyer Victoria Bath, lawyer Ochri Ejekum, and lawyer Dr. Ernest Ousdapa, and President Tankasa Council Mua. President Tankasa Council Mua, a Yako, a Suman, and so a Kahubi, and ne, Yade, and Sempe, Yami Aduma, if you had a Yabishia, Yabish.
Asempa Matisse Wanya.
CIMG
Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen.
Obi. Me bomba baso papa. I'm say next time no. Sa segment no. Me here some segment no. Omo share that man sa award. Because that segment is sweet, is beautiful, is informing, it's telling us say Ghana is put first. And that segment is a segmenter. I'm say Omo Radio Awards. Omo here segment ye pa. Now within Ekosiisen no. Me here Semonso enya award. Na me bomba baso. Congratulations.
Medasi pa nyamisha.
Chairman, my nurse, you better to suffer.
This papa. This is the first time I'm baha. Na me sure say ya who conduct you.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Also many out me say meniaji. Admire you.
Obi.
Yes.
Mechia na machia otifo na makase u program with ye akoye se prekese jamadu. Kukumutia insan hompo ha na mavoti u kai e boy yinate prenda da Ekosiisen na uze bibia wa magana
Ekosiisen on
na hana Ghana tie ntino ewiase de eduru ha yemfani agro
yo ma mini kan Ekosiisen ma mutie nkwa na no enyonyamo a yede ahyem eduma pa mo ye ne award ma monya digidi pa se e adanse efe Ekosiisen Asempa Monso Ghana ebi ma men kebeno mu pia mo ma e kwali titru sani amode akan kasa ye adwuma ebia wo de bia otete ase na ansem tu kwan e konenam America New York abonten taxi am fire na dipakon otie Ekosiisen e wo taxi no emu eye me nwanwa na nso ni nyina ka ho bi e na ya bomo abaso amamon
Asempa FM.
Amen.
Yeah, away enemy.
Yeah, that's medase nedi kan no mame enchia wetiefo bi na obi mezozo memo mabaso se ono production team MS Brano Ghana for betting ya ekoso e wo wiase ne oman mu a egise Ekosiisen. Yes. Na akoye Ekosiisen isuzu yidie na asi ebusa se ehin na ne manakosi.
Asempa FM.
Medase. Ora kwakwa anyi do hot na se. Kwakwa akwaba.
Thank you, Obi.
Bibi aboko there.
Yaboko. I was there.
Koyi.
Good.
Koyi pa.
Official pa.
Afin komode mi hu na ache.
Yabo. You know?
Yes.
Sometimes it's not easy to find me.
Yeah.
It's good to be here. The idea we started years ago no. Musu. So I think that you two have come now. You are doing a great job. I will continue to support for as long as it's possible.
Kofi,
they will turn against them.
Boem constituency for you now.
Boem for you because we program Omumfa in the agro and they listen to it a lot and also you are doing very well. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program award. It's a great award. More you are there and you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the only that is the success. Some of them, it helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors. And that's why you are winning the honors. And keep it up.
Yeah, that's it. Now what you makasa sa. Me ba chance wa dan network sa. But network mu ya santwa ya Asempa FM. Network mu asanten ni Ekosiisen. Ekosiisen. Network mu ya bonra Ekosiisen. And network here you can wasem.
Asempa FM.
and a network you watching in a Ekosiise say. And a network you gamanche, a Ekosiise. And a network you life you a Ekosiise. Na network you tobi a Ekosiise. Timaka heavy dear now what we did. Asempa Ben Brackon born in you was maybe Magruzo. Samuel Oku, Madasi will be.
The originals of listed documents, which were earlier served on the first respondent by way of mutual discovery under Order 21 of CI 47. The documents under consideration are required under CI 127, that is Public Elections Regulations 2020, to be given to every candidate who participated in the presidential elections through their accredited agents. Indeed, Regulation 44 of CI 127 from sub-rule 7 to 11 inclusive set out the different forms to be completed at the various stages of the electoral process and copies of same given to the accredited agents of each candidate. The applicant has not demonstrated that he has no copies of the documents in question. In fact, on record, PW and PW2 have admitted on oath that the petitioner has copies of all the documents. The application for discovery and inspection requires the discretion of the courts. The guiding principle is that in all cases in which a court makes an order for discovery, it is a matter of discretion and not as of right. In the ordinary way, where there are issues of facts between the parties, the court will generally make such an order. However, in the instant case, the applicant has not raised any issue that he has no copies of the documents of the subject of this application. In view of the fact that the proceedings so far shows the petitioner has copies of all the documents, the subject of this application, we are of the opinion that no proper case has been made before us to warrant the exercise of our discretion in favor of the applicant. Order 21 Rule 9 of CI 47, which is the basis of this application, should not be read in isolation. It should be read in conjunction with Rule 11 of the said order. It states thus: an order for the production of any document for inspection or to the court shall not be made under any of these rules unless the court is of opinion that the order is necessary either to dispose fairly the cause or matter or to save cost. End of quote. Furthermore, Section 166 of the Evidence Act NRCD 323 of 1975 makes it clear that a duplicate of a document is admissible to the same extent as the original unless a general question is raised as to authenticity of the original of the duplicate. No issue has been raised against the authenticity of the duplicates in possession of the applicant. The discrepancies which learned counsel for the petitioner has alluded to in his submissions as having occurred in the declaration of 9th December 2020, the press release of 10th December 2020, and the answer and witness statement of the first respondent are issues of evidence and do not give cause for discovery of the documents under consideration. From the above reasons, the application is dismissed.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
So some 22 minutes after 2, live on Asempa FM. The show is airborne. Ekosiisen live. Yada munyana asesai munyana akwaba eba Asempa FM. So it's the midweek edition of the show. Today is Wednesday, the 3rd day of February 2021. Live from our national studios at 355 Fanofa Street in Kokomlemle. And it's a word we've been struggling with. It's a Fanofa. Fanofa Street in Kokomlemle, Accra. Say, another day, the Kaya Wutia. Yada say, Emma Wakwaba, Eba Ekosiisen Jumedie. So our show is live on a number of affiliate radio stations, over a dozen of them here in Ghana, from Tamale to Bibiani in the Western North region. Stations are Hodwana Efa in Jumedie. Yedamunyana Ase. Amananenso stations no Edorson. Online, okomyjoyonline.com, adomonline.com. Ubetimeti ewoho. Sound so and on Facebook. You can follow us on Facebook and watch our live streaming on Facebook as well. In the facebook.com/Asempa94.7 FM. Sound so and our Instagram. You can follow us on Twitter as well, and then on YouTube. And so ubetimi ashe Njumedie live ewo YouTube. Yada munyana ase ema munyana akwaba. Let me share with you our WhatsApp line. It's very important. This is an interactive show. In the day, I would love to hear from you. So please keep the messages coming through. 0546 382 287 0546 382 287. Come through with the messages. Don't be a passive listener, be an active one. Share your thoughts. The world is listening. And then same go up also. The Supreme Court sat today as well. And some consider it was that motion before the court. Say petitioner no per se Saka document be from the first respondent here, the Electoral Commission. Enra ye kind that motion and in somewhere a womb Emma Muhu exactly document na petitioner no epe. And the Supreme Court 8 year argument first respondent lawyer and so an argument, second respondent lawyer and so an argument, and a court and rise by or by now the ruling of the court now a unanimous decision said the application has been dismissed. A moon seminar and what will be the implications of such ruling way on the rest of the case. And you be in Hong Kong, Joseph Akable will join us now. We are boying in Chiremudi course so our court, and I'll be speaking to some private legal practitioners and lawyers from both sides. Now, Yashasa de Nyoma AC Echo and the apex court of our land. But it was an interesting day in court. And wow, to me, ATA was Asempa FM, to me sharing our Doom TV, ATA, our Doom FM. No, let me thank our listeners, especially more sharing with Facebook Live. But before that, a birthday, Emma. A title will be a way was said, yeah, first acquaintance were shown in the Munyam. It's very, very important. Bible cries we should give honor to who honor is due. And today happens to be the birthday of the Member of Parliament for the Wutu Senya East constituency, the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development designate, Honorable Hawa Kumsin. Happy birthday to you, Honorable. Live to be 94.7 and beyond. Honorable Hawa Kumsin, MP Wutu Senya East, former minister in charge of special development initiatives, and a minister designate fisheries and aquaculture development. Happy birthday to you. Let me say a special greetings to Lord Kumi Justice Okanta. Hey. Lord Kumi Justice Okanta. You're head of payroll, YEA, that's the Youth Employment Agency. You're an ardent listener of Ekosiisen. Greater work you'll do, and we wish you God's blessings. We Ifri, Madam for Alex Martins, Okoforidia, going out to you, Lord Kumi Justice Okanta, head of payroll, YEA. It's your birthday as well, George Sapon. Happy birthday to you. May God bless you greatly. This is from McLean Desmond. It was Seshioso. That's the Western North Regional Capital. Na me ama sorry so for mama baako edi na woda enne we so for mama kese pa. Enti so for mama Rosemary Osei. So for Mami Rosemary Osei, and to Oba Ekosiisen production team na Jackson Osei in Tia Mame and Jackson is so for ba. And ne mame so for Mami Rosemary Osei, and they were the happy birthday. The message from him is happy birthday to my sweet mom, also for Mami Rosemary Osei. All I ask for you is more years with good health, even as you celebrate yet another milestone today. I love you, Mom. And that's from Jackson Osei in Tiamoa to his mom, also from Mami Rosemary Osei. It's also your birthday, Sheila Safwa of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. I wish you a very happy birthday and wish to tell you the secret to success on your special day. People achieve only what they deserve and deserve only what they achieve. Always remember your success depends on you and you alone. Enjoy your day. It's from Oheneba Kwame Jr., NPP organizer of South Korea. To you, Sheila Safwa of Shraj. Happy birthday. And this one says, good afternoon, Obi. Please wish Mrs. Akofa Dakwa, Executive Head Risk Management at the Bank of Africa, a very big good afternoon. That's from the great prophet of Bubuashi. To you, Mrs. Akofa Dakwa, or Bank of Africa. And there's one here which says, kindly wish my brother and a friend Elik Blim Lolomava Agbemava. Fantastic. Elik Blim Lolomava Agbemava. It's your birthday today. This is from your mother Florence Mawuli Agbemava and all your cherished siblings. Going out to you, Elik Blim Lolomava Agbemava. Happy birthday. But and now make a certain two brina and the one awoda and Oba Asempa FM ha. Your head of sports. A Professor Enoch Kwesi Walanyo Wallace. No, Wallace, way too much. Udin Nkwanyu. Professor Enoch Kwesi Walanyo Wallace. Happy birthday to you. Head of sports Asempa FM, Adom FM, Adom TV. Professor E.K. Wallace, happy birthday. Live to be 94.7 and beyond. You're a great man. You're a big man. Happy birthday. But and also called Parliament, the leader of the majority group in Parliament and Minister Designate Parliamentary Affairs, the Honourable Osei Mensa Bunsu, Oko Ashanti Regional Swami constituency, or no, any member of Parliament, any or no Swawada. And a happy birthday to you, the Honourable Osei Mensa Bunsu. Live to be 94.7 and continue to impact your generation with success. Happy birthday. Into loads and loads of birthday messages coming through. Happy birthday to my youth organizer for Asante Akim Central, that's Konongo, Eric Osei Boateng. Thanks for being a brother. Way Efri Onassis Kobiho, Eko Emma, Asante Akim Central, youth organizer, Eric Osei Boateng, and your youth organizer of the NDC. Happy birthday to you. And this one says, please wish my business partner Martina Kujo of the Forestry Commission a happy birthday. Inti Martina Kujo of Forestry Commission, happy birthday to you. And this is from your business partner to you. Okay, the Sampine, so say happy birthday to Honorable Howard Kumsin and also Chairman Sabon. So that's from Sampine, Regional Secretary of the NPP in the Ashanti region. This one says, Obi kindly bless Mrs. Akosua Menu of the National Youth Authority for a kind gesture to my son Farouk in Tema. Farouk, I hear you. Akosua Menu or National Youth Authority. Akosua Menu is a good person, really good person. Akosua, good afternoon to you. I'm told today is the birthday of Her Ladyship Justice Rebecca Na Shome Sitie. Okay, I hope I got the name right. Justice Rebecca Na Shome Sitie, Justice of the High Court, General Jurisdiction Division, enjoy the Lord's favor now and forevermore. We free Fifi Adewu Eko Emma, Her Ladyship Justice Rebecca Na Shome Sitie, Justice of the High Court. Happy birthday.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
And here in Che, you call Supreme Court now the and the course who honor ya share ediato manim. Ma memfast da emma yaboa for more so in a same year the Ekosiisen Breminti. Apart from the great work of the production team, we are sponsored, on our show. And for the various segments of this show, Sounds of Our Time, here some segment. Your one-on-one interviews I did Bremen interviews I on trending issues, and after your discussion segment. Every segment is heavily sponsored. I'll come back and tell you more about our sponsors. But first, my name is Joseph Opoku, Monsieur Opoku Gakpo, Joseph Akable in the Enkomo Parliament, Yeko Supreme Court. Joseph Akable, Akwaba na pom to say. Ekoye. Yes. And the Supreme Court and point him to me. I'm a kind of who a dream early enough. But and the minimum sena a one item agenda, a motion from the petitioner say court no easy amount document be. What was Enra started saying possible reasons why petitioner ni ebusa for sa document no, but lead counsel ejina na nine so for close to 1 hour argue why they need those documents in some important okay.
Since some PMO court now in the course of the proceedings, I might discover there are instances in some areas you have 2 picks for those areas, but they have different results. And the reference was made to the Eastern region, Obekaya, and Brianna, Ayora Johnson, the Sydney Ketia, more than a cross examination. And they told just there was one summary sheet that had a Yensuan included and one did not have it. And so, since the Electoral Commission is the institution that is mandated to have lawful custody of such documents, and the woman has said, in the circumstances, there is doubt about some of the figures that were relied upon to declare the results now. And the court for them who can say, I'm going to inspect original copies now. I'm going to compare the one to know the base upon which the Electoral Commission declared the presidential results. After you're making reference to the 2012-2013 decision, the court that spoke to Justice of Adeniran and Ryan Commando Craft, what kind of that particular decision. Now, or making a distinction, also in law, say there are instances there's a precedent, but you can urge the court by showing that the circumstances are different from this particular instance. To the point I'm making is over 2012-2013 case now. In that particular instance, in that petitioners, they started by submitting about 4,000 plus pink sheets from various polling stations. And then no mudina so kase omunka vote bim na court ning hold it said another uncle for the win elections na John Mahama. It's in the argument, let's say in that particular instance, there were documents that were given to the court by the petitioners to make a case for why something should be done. And so if the same petitioners turn around to now ask to see original copies, the court was right in denying them the request. I think in this particular instance, no, more far documents via by way of the summary and collation sheet and by that court Nakachi to doubt. They are simply saying that we are relying on the declaration that you did. We've calculated per the declaration that you did, and we've realized that no one had more than 50% of the votes cast. We've now discovered in the course of a year cross-examination, it's a figures need different. And we should be allowed to take a look at the original documents in your custody. It was at that point now, a justice of the Supreme Court, Gertrude Tokon, will be a question, say, if they see the original copies now, I'm what the better thing. And Mr. Chikata responded, somebody will compare the ones that they have in their custody. And I'll say, that's the question that she wants to ask. And so that was the argument that Mr. Chikata advancing in summary. And
in fact, lawyers on the other side, Emma Hen, said they would oppose that particular application. And then Omunya Akwan to also state their reasons for the opposition. Beginning with first respondent, lawyer Neka said the reason is saying here on Peninsula Sayemfa document, Nema petitioner.
The other kind of Kasai about the time this request no is being made no. Or Trema and Branama Okwan say to Abaniwia within 21 days no over to me at the case Aberdeen court no say until Wasi. I think within that 21 days no may make any such request. After I'm filing petition now, yeah, what day 34 no. After I'm able to place such a request into did this time no and boa a court no already court indicated say or pretty under CI 99 which calls for an expeditious hearing of an election petition. And then the first point Omumeki. The second point Omumeki was to the effect that these are documents, they are in the custody of the petitioner, and that in fact the petitioner's own witness in the course of cross-examination had admitted to the fact that he had these documents in his custody. And no Omumeki point ne say court no ebema order say omunfa documents in the person who is making the request for the documents has admitted in open court that he has those documents. And so that was the argument that Electoral Commission lawyers were making.
And lawyer Akutrampa also original and nine so and so oppose by on my reasons and now on the reasons they saying.
So in addition to the point if you lawyer no making on also found relating to the burden of proof, and the point of making is all the aspects now make a certain allegation say abani to be more than 50%. When a burden of proof now provided evidence to show. I think this particular instance, the petitioner and far evidence in the form of documents and by in court, even though say or Mankasa or admitting in the course of examination that these are documents in their custody, and to say if the court should allow for the inspection of the documents, then they just said the court is shifting the burden of proving the petitioner's case from the petitioner to the respondent, in that the petitioner has not brought his evidence to back his case, yet he wants the respondents to provide documents which will inure to the benefits of the petitioner's case. And so that was the first point that he made. He now drew the court's attention to his 2012 2013 decision to argue that the circumstances are not any different. And back then, the court did indicate that the over here and now the almost share your Mordecai among granted that request has to do with that a case for it being necessary has not been made. And I'll make the argument and say in this particular instance the petitioner according to Mr. Kotampa on file documents and by calculations and car say make it come in documents the boom and yet carbon copy now on the man. It doesn't appear that was what they relied upon to declare the results. And so because of that discrepancy give me the opportunity to inspect the documents in the custody of the EC to enable me decide whether or not it's the same document or the carbon copy in the man, and I'm use to declare results now. And then the point Mr. Kuchampa in making.
Okay, and that's interesting. I remember so in reading Justice Sophia Adinyera ruling or cited the point about admissibility, say even the carbon copies are admissible according to the Evidence Act. And interestingly, after
justices no arise ekobae omobae na ruling the president of the panel e deliver ruling no and na ruling ni gina nioma be mienu miensa so na den
the Edikan court no making the point that in granting such request no, it's worth noting that it's a discretionary power, so it's not as of right. I.e., any situation and one is who make it request now, not because we make a request at the amount. Or say court no assess you on a case by case basis and come to a conclusion whether or not you are entitled to the request you are making. So that was the first point that the court you have to indicate say. And in the course of proceedings, witness of the petitioner has admitted to the fact that the documents are in their custody, i.e., they have the carbon copies of those documents. And the court saying the circumstances, the petitioner has failed to demonstrate the necessity to urge the court to warrant it to grant or exercise its discretion to allow for the inspection of those documents. And in the circumstances, the court say, or dismiss this particular request. See, now the reason is that there are documents in the custody of the petitioner. It's required by law that they have those documents, and they have not denied not having those documents, and their failure to demonstrate why this document is necessary. Document inspection way and take place.
Okay. And no ekokugua. Court ni deliver ni ruling wie no and lawyer Chachuchi Kata science original and I so can say there is another application and on a application being
the okan here in summary and they say the omo adansi dni bia or some of friend but due to some circumstances and relating to health issues means omun to me I'm manning back court. Now, on a court, Libisa say, my file is a witness statement, and say, there be na so Chlemua court Ekosiisen On Asempa as to why or Casa Assembly or some going to chambers. No, Omoko having this issue addressed. And see, the court took a short break. Omoko into chambers. Omoba back,
in the Omoko chambers, no money. Omoni lead councils need none koi
yes, just the lead council.
Lead councils, no. Okay.
Tampa for President Akufo-Addo, Justin Amenuvo for the Traffic Commission, and I say Chachuchi Kata the petitioner.
Okay.
Some call to change the background achieve this no, and not say the proceedings no is adjourned to Friday, and no one the kind see as to what is the business of the day on Friday and the to see I'm not chewing commodity.
In the Friday, and they say a back quarter, you name agenda for that day. Wanka.
There be wanka.
But still, I know Jean Mensah is here to mount the box. Samsona Peter McMahon is here to mount the box. Wow. And now me person me clarify with. So share Supreme Court ruling on our request for documents now. And yeah, say more share on Facebook no ubehu pictures of the course or court lawyer Samijem Samijem the Yoruba court more than lawyers no air back court and will be a pictures I try any day any videos nibi a go Facebook sisi a oba obehu electoral commission chairperson bano ne soldier for ne di na chi ni bibia obehu lawyers nibi books the kura omo esewani ensa wo catch ni nyina no obehu pictures na as we move on. But Joseph na be busa say wo hwe court ni ruling on our request for document now omo be seen on the need say a need was not established and number one. Number two so when they say omo witnesses nankasa admit under oath say document ni nyina omo wo copies wo hodada meboa
pepe
enti the fact say na chachuwe ka say yes ebia your document no but we would need ECD because yemfa document bia ma we are basing everything on declaration and EC boss nankasa eye enti u declaration na we na challenge document we just so the declarations no ma yenhwe na yenso yentimi compare the court thought that argument did not make sense.
On Asempa FM.
The court did not agree with that particular argument, and our court, like I said, as far as it's concerned, no, once they've admitted to having those documents and the fact that the law actually required that they are giving copies, no, and the court said that threshold is required to trigger its discretion to be exercised favorably to allow for those documents, you know, to be inspected. No, our court say more MBT, NT, okay.
Now, when your idea be listening around near the witness portia petition as a person more than a bar or say because of some classified info and pay in camera hearings. No, when your idea who that person might be.
Yeah, idea, but we understand the main problem. No, was the issues relating to the witnesses' ability to be present to testify.
Okay.
And that is what necessary.
Not just a Nehun said down fan. Do you want to me my court?
Well, he said health issues.
Health issues. Okay.
Yes. That is all we know for now. We don't even know whether that request was granted or not. And see, for now, share.
Friday,
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Okay. One other thing, so let's say timetable now. Now it was a trial not lasted for 6 days.
That's perfect.
And now you shall see actual trial now say last Friday.
The CI 99. They are indicating in the also to ensure by the 42nd day, no, judgment would have been
judgment
about. Yeah. We do not know how all these developments jeopardizes that particular directive. Yes, we know that the court can extend because even in terms of the pre-trial on the crampon, they were allowed to have at least about 5 days, but more we are there 2 days. And so the court has the rights in terms of management of the case on how it proceeds. But the main challenge now, honestly, we need to with all these expenses and grants and whether they will end up falling within the 42 days to ensure that by the 42nd day judgments would have been rendered.
Wow. My young fancy na nase. Baba, is there a reason why Omontna or China?
No reason was given. In fact,
okay.
In that request was made that Ombeto have a discussion in chambers.
Asempa FM.
Announcement on the brain
and it's a Friday.
To Friday. We don't know what the business of the day is on Friday. We don't know whether the request about the witness has even been granted or not.
Okay. Wow. Interestingly, Enra na who's a lawyer Kojoga Daudu Baha. We were asking, I mean, sir, we share the witness statement a year Pesa White at the core and cross-examination the course. So now it turned out, sir, a lot of the things that happened in the strong room, the main player involved was Rojo Metal, about certifying the forms and if you region but on the certifier, the alleged conversation between the chairperson and the Omumu team, Rojo Metal and AD and community. I remember saying Mibusa Kojoga Daudu said, so why was Rojo rather not the second witness? Emoka said, I say Rojo neho en shada en fane papa ene ade enunti ena omo amfano ama omoma Pesa White ebaye enti I don't know how it connects with ene the chachunso we kan say nipa krono person omo de ne ba na on health grounds. If that person might be Rojo, we don't know, but we would wait and see Friday the ABC. Right. Great. And the baby any best in Komobio, yeah, that's a show here. Why? Great. Joseph Akable and Moten and Kanoye court correspondent. He is arguably the best court correspondent in our country at the moment, no doubt about that one. And Joseph Akable, congratulations and kudos for the good job done. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. And Obesha pictures now, lawyer Ejudi Tamaklo. Ene Sami Jemfimo mahu lawyer Gabia Sayotre da kon ene Frank Davis the national chairman of the NPP, Freddie Blay, and electoral commission chairperson, also a lawyer. And I'm told, say, or no graduate from, and as she was called to the bar in the year 1999. Wow. That's a I practice here. Okay, that's Sylvia and no and lawyer Samije. Over Facebook, I'll be home all these pictures, no, our Facebook, Asempa 94.7 FM, your page, our Facebook. There are still some wishes to some people. We say, Obi, help me wish my seniors, Dr. Benny and Beko, my mate, Frank Boaten and Patrick Ade, God's guidance and protection as they celebrate their birthdays today. They are all product of Twase Secondary School. Wow. And the Dr. Serebo of the Electoral Commission, only a director electoral services at the EC and Eddie message about into Dr. Benny and Beko. Happy birthday to both of you. And Onoani mate, Dr. Serebo mate, Frank Boateng and Patrick Ade. So happy birthday to both of you. Muninamu a product of Twase Secondary School. Twase Secondary School, Ashanti region in Carrier area, hono more. Munim hono be hu said the Nioma city. Where's the Obi? We are happy and content with proceedings today. The dismissed application is another testament that the second respondent has a venerable counsel in his corner. He makes thoughtful and coherent argument anytime he's on his feet. Props to lawyer Akoto Ampao. God bless Nanado. Prince Odenehu Opong and Ediwe Abba. We say, Obi, please, at which point did the NDC know that the EC wasn't credible? Was it when the NDC told the world that they had won, or it was when the EC declared NPP the winner of the 2020 election? NDC is just amazing anyway. John Bat Ado is in Ohio, US of A. And he has come through with this one. Good afternoon, senior. So are we to assume that the NDC failed to compile their documents before going to court? Why are they doing this to their followers? This agenda isn't going to wash, so they must withdraw their petition to save their sinking reputation. Or say hope in Pope for National Youth Organizer, Francis Ewo Cape Coast, and Ono Ediwe Abrain. Ma menkwa humanani and starting spokespersons of both sides in income. I shall share with the second respondent and the spokesperson back on the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, Minister Designate Information. Kojo Akwabana apom to saying. Yeah, me adom. Yansu yeho ya papa. Enra court arise, you know. We all knew say court science nasia. There is an application before the court. Petitioners need seeking leave of the court to get some documents from the Electoral Commission. Argument in the course when and all of that, and a court needed one ruling by. For more second respondent, you were opposed to the application in the first place. Ruling no satisfactory, mama.
In fact, ruling no corresponded in our view to Emrano 100%. And Emrano na yesu yina so ye opposition. Mayenko etikakra. I didn't in your court. Your court is you John Dramani Mahama Mampeni Dada a competition court say Abana ye to December 7, 2020 no. Ubia enwini oke kan ba no bomu an. Ubia enwini. Inti yenko to aba fufro. Nasem no ni people pa no. So ubia enwini.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
And I okay can banu see any be more than 50%. And on a DB ameno kata me kaise yen kaise we are different from the omokachiro supporters. Say ome winni no be person we are inti supporters no inti krum a supporters titi krum demonstration or force tie be money police ponya antawa ne ade. And now, master mom, their back court, this will be winning. Court say no problem. Until we dance for or mono be their dance, their church will be winning no more. Or see me wa dance for noon. On baby their dance, their church will be winning. The Abanian court on for. Ye be seen could near cancer. They be a court na Ira Mahama lawyer. or the friend of Embremo interlocutory application, Bibia Betun Finfia, Epia Semnoquatia, and my acquire my aim to me and Casa Balancata. And there, not the application we about now, not the interlocutory application we about the Uka is an American, a delay tactics no mobile. It's answer. Tampaso be and winning a banner. No more than the phone, no more better will be and winning a banner. Or mumbe proven in tem. My young winning tem. Na young Cotoban for front them. Say, Ampany Ampanya and Adu the winning. And if your man at Jubilee House, not saying that generally met or you are brand new no winning yet. Tomum proven in tem my uncle, and no application or application MY. Court. Every one a court 30 issues. Say one of the issues is a young company and power will be a 50%. Young say declaration in breach of Article 63(3) among a few other issues. And the Nancy Temuna that dance in new decline, Yura Johnson as you don't get here. A better not that can him. Obabi be a dance here, Tresse will be a 50% plus 1. In the Ampo be a win in the Abanian court to for. And so you actually look at your better now box in a mono. You calculate a share in Sano. Various scenarios, Okase, General Bobo, or Bobo Abana, ABC, Mahama, 47%, Akufuado, 51.2. Udi Techima South Kahwa, Mahama 47, Akufuado 51.2. Uyi Techima South Mahama 47, Akufuado 51.2. Ufa original declaration, and now for valid votes now Kikambo we are. Mahama 47%, Akufuado 51%.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Adepa na yina ye hwe nim. Say Yura ati dun kete ababa be prove. So be a nya 51 and that's a 50% plus no. Oba ya bread calculator share nka no. Oboba 47.51. If I ekran put a point near one that say the lawyer for the calculator be man no man calculate bibia enu sa 50% na. But you who sa that also normally will run Michael Pesa White a buyer. Obeying for Michael Pesa White. Say or baby dear dance here. And him say dance your baby, or master mom there but to be winning and no one dance here or baby. Here Pesa White but now that anymore. Asempa and say about penny Jean Mensa. Eda or no any regiment or no say or Mumfi easy headquarters or Mufi Hono and or Bobo results no. Asemi you be an kakra. It's say abani atono polling station. Emma polling agents are sign. Ama constituency level. Ama constituency representatives are sign. Ama regional level. Ama regional representatives are sign. Ama bedu national. Ena yake ka boom. Abos and anado nya 51.2. Mahama nya 47%.
On Asempa FM.
Ena mo say nya correct. Do be en win. Ti will be prove. Prove I will say Jimenez and that I will say PF easy ho. Into went to me and yet due diligence. Into I know na say and I mean anonymous evidence I'm on the back court and into at a point over here Sheshi and now lawyer Kutampa Ebita Dr. Pesa White said one I will say about penny Jimenez a shell. I was instructed said court now near Mahama Kokasa. Maybe see when you court any what can tell me here. Those are so Bible. Maybe see when him said, Yano press or to me be out there or be show if you or say I'm power need to be so that Shem said if you. A brad judges need this question, no judges need this and say. A pansana mummy in Namu Fio. Be a musi at swim, Mummy in Namu Fio. Now come yaba crampo. Sing command no moko dino. No, so me no na neko na baako anka bibi abako akailo fata mo mba abonti be a press conference ne do mo the expression we by am say to fill in the gaps tianunti na omo efi coalition center or national coalition
Asempa FM
edu baby na you request how I say wo problem kra bibi ani krata no so a wo tro problem na yeye and so you call him running mo you call her from 13 no any actual no enya no correct column or out to be 2 reasons nti ono so went to me a man be prove so be en wini aba no tie na ye ba no among other things na ehwe ni say dia omo de omo witnesses 3 na aka no beba. No, almost be prove because first two need they said down proof no. They are kind of beba.
Now, so to me for my bro, file a witness statement, Diana.
Well, I need a different matter.
Okay.
Una will be case. Into who case, Nana. Una will say, who a petition, no be winning. Now, I dance if one numa, bet rest will be a winning.
Yeah.
Into one offer what dance for. So we decided that I dance for no instead of 5, no the 2 penny beba and they was them. All the 3 and now 4 and all the 5 nearby, all the 1 crown beba was them. You conduct your case as you see fit. Kenaya kono, bibinia ka witnesses na kan, miasa na kan, beba. Mama be proved to be winning. And by the way, Obian winning is different from Ira Jomama winning or a president elect. Thomas Somano. How would they be that at play?
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
They call an move application, some person call inspected documents. Then documents, or listed documents. No. Now, a memo application for inspection of documents. And you're right, I will. Most records and say court, Emma instructions there, Yemfa documents in the mount inspected. The court be mount, Sa Quenya na, I was so demonstrating a arbitrary court to say, and who here says our documents where we are peri ye and ye etuma. It is necessary to inspect those documents for the fair disposal of the matter. One can share our documents now. Court no into me and custom no e wo pere ye kwan so mane ne and I say bia e boa ma cost of litigation abafom lawyer penny ayi na ibu no racha chiti kata kasa be don hwere baako no try so better is necessary and I say bia the cost of litigation be abafom we ye that's na menuvo ya no we ye na lawyer ko tampa so ya no titiru mu no hello Obi.
Don't meet you, pa.
Aha, titulu.
Yes.
Petitioner and lawyers aim to improve
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Sankrata kono ya moma nkosha periperi enyi. Na semo isi lawyer ni yen lawyer kan say sankrata na oka ni na wo ne ho. O sankrata ni na o kan CI 127 regulation 44 sub regulation 7 a set out forms ni na essentially yemfa mobia. At no material time in the pleadings, ABC ne, and on my catering so Munsanka forms no that. Omusaka documents mean nara. Emrano so train, what kind section 166 M's of Evidence Act, Mani train say, so what duplicator, it is original now. The court nobody duplicate in the idea. So what duplicate no? Duplicate need to say original no. One country court no say who need document no. Uba no so one tray say the crampoa BB ekochema wo duplicate na wo no ho na ma wada into wo pese wo kohwe original no un demonstrate here no na wo ba sa be ka say yinya de yinyina na enkofa sa document ni nambra na hwemu a court no be ka cho say un demonstrate necessity iti court ti o nyina wie na court say wo mun demonstrate necessity for fair disposal of the matter. Omuntre kwanya asesa nkrata na
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Yamfa nkrata no originals na mekere omo a asem no ye koso aperpere ye enyi esan se omo nkrata ni na adeda pachoti mi o ye nka se ye mo nhwe nkrata bi keke se information bi o wa eni so omunya o court asem ne se omo nkrata ni na adeda omo demonstrate di ntia ensan ko bi ada ka so mo ko hwe ba ko na wo ho no ye cry asem ba ko e kan ne se omo pe kwanya shifted the burden of proof onto the respondents. Because one of the was my backcourt, one anka would unkrata abeba say, minkrata any, sending a idea pink sheet coin, me pink sheet in here, and it be a easy ekikan, a boybra, figures no, and yet the seed, maybe the any easy can different, to be percent inspect easy then. Oh, by bizarre results, no pink sheet near the one. Or documents, no one casawaka or documents, no, would the be attach or petition and witness statement. I won't country will be as a we need document, no. Is a no banaka say nya bibia na enkonko fasa document ne mawa un demonstrate necessity no un san so nchire say who questions with authenticity. There are no issues of authenticity.
Yeah, but how about the point sir Kojo say omu case no based on the declaration utie lawyer Chachua or the different Guess about to draw a total number of valid vote cast. And Obusa say why the changing figures? The source document is needing just changing figures, no. And come munyina anyday entumi enhu because omo ama court said petitioners in 2012 no eba court no omo de no enye challenging pink sheet and numbers at polling so omo de a declaration. And what did you base the declaration on? Sao document na wahin mayenso yenhu bi.
No, sir, you see about penny bejina doc no more. What me bisa no why the changing figures.
Asempa FM.
So kasa person we inspect documents. Obinyame na make count. And any lawyer for the petitioner no beka.
Yeah.
Emlane that one say it was so demonstrate necessity for the fair disposal of the matter. At the time our documents ni Arabic from polling station ababedu so. One demonstrate is there's a document you don't have. Until you can say pleadings, no way I really lawyer BHR say pleadings critical. It me ama case na year and I say case na grego. Pleadings me patrol kind of pleadings any originals no. Almost suspect is a difference from one.
No. Any pleadings name. No.
Bibi omo ka so omo question authenticity of any of these documents.
No.
Baby omo ka say omo in any of their pleadings. Omo ka se omo sanka documents ni bia na enim ti se ne wo bana so obeka se ye ma nkonko originals na when at all material times one kasa wa admit se wo documents no na wo di ebi attach they are offering samples wo they attach wo documentation wo they buy wo fulfill legal threshold no sebe any di mnya say ye support any bia na ye kasa ti open bi o asem na ye kan mra ho asem na ye kan law so but now say bia wo say wo pay and say bia you are moving a motion say court issue certiorari to quash the decision of a lower court and I say a lower body your legal standard sabia do nya so be kase na asem na nya me de na no pa no kra ye ba no na we ni ho na wia no na we emra na hihye de wo se wo miti na me ka kire o se emra da wo se wo kwa himfi akoka asase ho asem wa de snap ni otwan fita na kwa untumi emfa Asempa FM bottle ba ko ene onsa pan enko se me koka asase ho asem na no be ka kire o se wo ma ye nim ye you have not invoked our jurisdiction. Emrano, was standard, was threshold, was a meeting. It is Emrano standard, they say, demonstrating necessity for the fair disposal of the matter. Now, Banawan demonstrating now, Becky can somehow do different, someone who meet his standard. No. Last week, we said, Yenianum Bar Quarter, no, Monsieur Mupe, leave to file supplementary. Leave to file supplementary. Meba ho ba ku bi krampa the buy leave for interrogatories.
Yes.
Buy so kasa bi the questions bi bri attach here. Emran say answer me budget interrogatories atumo no. Demonstrating relevance to the issues at that court name. Would the ultimate list questions 100? Would you also say questions no here? But the one demonstrating relevance to the issues at that wa Emran ye kan yem fem mau. Enti you know and for the various hours I near wo no can omasem bebre but o man demonstrating necessity for fair disposal of the matter because pink sheets ni nara so be kai you at doing get press conference no o see your pink sheets ni na ya wo ni nara ya keka bom no ya wini
kojo yenhwe scenario we okay
the pink sheets no ebi attach on document omo the regional collation sheet no be attach omo kan da say omo need document ni bi ti say na oba na fi uka say yenja ni nko bi adaka no so ma nko hwe document no original na emra ne say photocopy ni crown no any original ni yepe I just all demonstrate say be our questions of authenticity and I say it's necessary for the fair disposal of the matter.
A scenario say maybe say Jean Mensa about witness box name. Na lawyer tatuse kata air cross examine no. Na ebia wafa omo pink sheet and I say summary collation sheet for constituency. EC Emma on duplicate not the accession means I say can you identify this document? That's a Jane Kase unim sa document where what then happens? Then Chachu would be left in limbo.
First of all, there was a sad document, you know.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Petitioner, no. And now witness. No?
Yes.
At the abet to court. What I say? It must be in evidence. Second, Sabria omo lidium evidence in chief, no. So the BBA by in evidence any correct. Only when power be objected to. Just na menu one be sorry first I say document we are or the ababe to we. Ye objected to it being accepted as an exhibit. Because it be a fabrication and it be easy 1 year different. And I may also need the 1 year different. Any genuine document, raising question of authenticity and all of those things. Evidence document be anywhere or person or rely on or they are to court anymore. Yeah, objected to. But also trial no what follow.
Yeah.
On far document be to court anymore. Yeah, objected to say yeah evidence. Into then document na or they be bar or bar penny men's and answer yeah side because as our document we are objecting. What then in the evidence we in fact the witness statement any attachment no the aba. The aba or be or susu say and they making the case by now they are two on fair to more other witnesses never ban say on the beba. But one to me be say yeah, man, go inspect it. Now, come to more. Let's say why you be there by your case. Who back court now? Why your announcement? Who case out there? Into the who can be the NTN to member minister. By now, no. At the corner, ofe or the bar, ebi a jimen's and bekas adiwe onimuno. Bibia sensi. Among for evidence beyond beto wa may matter say easy objected to. In fact, yeah, the boy tape no more objected to say it's not in evidence. That rule now may apply. What is the evidence that is being contested?
Okay, in the former the Supreme Court ruling and then was appropriate, and that's what the law demands. Me who a post to be, and I say a quote to be attributed to you, a call viral on social media. I've seen a lot of people share that quote. My mention say Menya Akanya Wahidi or say our lawyers don't spend a long time speaking grammar. They use a short time to speak law. What can I?
Oh, okay. I know the answer to a question a journalist back will be say or press conference no.
Okay.
So what people now audience better. Journalist back will be say at the end of the say mo kasa as a time in Swamamu. But petitioner only lawyers or mutumi kasapa do have like a cononym. Munia Samakan na said day. And I'm responding say baby in a court of law, in a court of public opinion. It will ba who invoke law no. Semrano essay say ya yen kasanche. Ukuti mrano to now the authority at all. Now the fact na can say, my lord, CI 127 regulation 44. Top regulations 7 to 11 say, I was a minsa capping sheets ni na. My lord, me jina hey, minsa capping sheet way. And unti me chro me pleadings ni mu. And I CI 47, I was a call me pleadings mu me de shame. My lord, eba witness statement, me witness odi kan buy and wabe chere say, ampeni ampaye and san kan. Inti enemi jina wenim asre say under CI 127 regulation 44 no. My instructions say, easy and supply me with these documents. And application for inspection of original. My easy supply me because my demonstrated from the pleadings and my witness statement say me in accordance with the CI 127 rule 44. As my can say about 2 minutes. Asempa itia ukoti mran we kuti authority with the evidence account. Inti sebe enye say me kasa 1 hour no any court na argue no. And the best is, and I'm saying my example say, a da bar for application for interrogatories. No, so mukoti case be elistamaklo.
Yeah.
No mukoti constitution NCI 47 after kasani no judges ni pie by no almost say ye issue with CI 47 ye ni ma di kontia moyire mo ka CI 47 ho asem because obian dispute says CI 47 enye adwuma Supreme Court Supreme Court interrogatories ye granted eye yie name one of the rules is also demonstrative relevance. Demonstrative relevance to the issues at heart. Questions I will be some demonstrative relevance. And you know we are doing it. To was a casano and a bema sebe assembly diabo. I am rano evidence we need a so out of one last example. To be here,
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Councillor Kotampa. Or the question back up and or the tete Dr. Kwesa White testimony in there. Who said Dr. Kwesa White done the testimony in there and he said Oba Peniji Mensa instructed them. So Monko any John Mahama couldn't come on. You were John Mahama, former president of the Republic, His Excellency, couldn't come on. No Moko, you know, now Omuki declare on their blind side. Okay, so I said no.
Yeah, make hyper.
And no until no 15, 20, 30 minutes. And no was the government of the testimony. No be any say Obedia dance ya say Obi 50% to buy and I say we know they buy. And we had just maneuver and then call back and forth. But I could talk about sorry and question back pet no bisa. Or say I put it to you that you know that the EC chair cannot instruct you to do a thing. Who's the first? So start say Obeka Bofuna judges say answer question no. No say my lord, that is correct. And no. They say what's my Obeka in now say instruct. Not just na menubo HRO said now pleadings witness statements one can inspect who say we were asked now grandpa no mibisa who say one and kasa na rojo nene kasai na rojo be catch say ma me say ko na munyu na mo ko na laptop amode adwuma ne ade nyina collective mu jari na ho na mo ko do say just and then call back and forth sheshe bisa no question back pe Inti emrani muno any diem where you can say be a ye dipeni be atama na yeso papa ni bi ye wo lawyers impeni for ye buom ye nyina ye hwe nim say that be be nya be lawyers impeni for to so mo dem question a journalist ni bisa me asema na me answer me the mind say ye lawyers no nya kasa tintin no twifo say kasa tintin toponko who is kana na de ato no ato
Asempa FM
emre muno Emrano Nina so. This is Obana so section 166 of Evidence Act.
Evidence Act.
Then one no. Edana motion or parliament to say you are ayaga say buying and absorb tertiary institutions for school fees. Mijidi say okay sa.
Yeah.
Kasano propaganda na MPP form tertiary students asem omum pese ye beboa nkwala ewo tertiary institutions omo anya de nke kauni ade obi wo constitution wo
yeah I can get it
Article 108 of the Constitution B Ukaibo say Parliament shall not and you may not. Parliament shall not, unless the bill is introduced or the motion is introduced by or on behalf of the President, proceed upon a motion, including an amendment to a motion, the effect of which, in the opinion of the person presiding, would be to make provision for any of the purposes specified in paragraph A of this article. Paragraph A say you don't have to put a charge on the consolidated funds. And you know you're buying. In Tiasemina, say Parliament need to be a crampo say about discussing motion. No the charge to consolidated fund and I say says the Yinko is consolidated fund mo any BB. I just say motion no and I say embrace bill no. It's laid on behalf of the president. You're right, he wasn't speaking on behalf of the president. Asempa can Asempa Papa. He wasn't speaking on behalf of the president. He was not moving that motion on behalf of the president. In fact, it's labeled as private members' motion. It is a parliament. Ejitum na yesu yedina so to abaye ya eni itiamra. Embra no simple. Who here kasa 3 hours. Okay. Question there by and they are not me trim and say, I am Marawa Assembly account court.
Mate, Kojo, I'll come to you in a moment. My main colleague on the other side, lawyer Sami Jenfi, or Sami Akwaba, I say, when you're about to train, Bibi Aboko there.
When you're media chain.
Yeah, then Yamia say. And Yamiadum in Kakra, Yamiadum. But also, share proceedings across war court. Argument I buy any ruling a free bench or a buyer. Ne kwan so ano na most tell more reservations.
Oh, minia, me da so menchia atiefu nyina menchia menua kwadwoso. Obi asem de wo de koto court ani na court udi a. Ansa na court bedi na wabua asem na wie no. Ensem kitin bebe ti ni PP mu a ehun ko hia se court no ebedi sansem so no ne pa no interlocutory matter no enye the
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Issues are up in the course of the hearing of the matter. Na enye sanse ni na studio ebe ko yama bi wo a court no ebeje wade frede a wode akoto nanim no atum this will court no and so. And the court is entitled to disagree with you and say what this ready I would have so media no nyadwen ye jitumwa enye nti yabogu. And see, to that extent we don't begrudge the justices of the Supreme Court and they were omatemu no moka say ya this ready I dey about to manim no omunso. Nemum yakase ye ni omo nyadwen. Is answer wo hwe the omugina so edit take his decision now. Clearly no, we don't think that reflected the facts and the evidence that the court is seized with. Now, my church, we be say a bisadia the court no and in the kwame ebe. Obi, you na yes report ni na say Yaba court. Yeah, challenge
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Declaration of the returning officer for the 2020 presidential elections. Mame G. Mensa. Sa declaration na wakase omampinye kufuado na rene 2020 abatwon. Ene Ghana yemra kunini no ebobra, specifically Article 63. Because figures what declaration and Casamua, the DH panel the door, that is more than 50% of the total valid votes. If there are no mounts on the Diakoto court anymore,
okay, Sami, maybe Sami, home so, home, me was Kojo call back to chamber into my men no, like meaning you know, corner Ian Kojo, maybe
yeah, me was.
Aha. Anyway, you be jawa ma wako and I'm say also okukudi jumenti. Nyame yadomo a Friday and yes back to court. There petitioners no I indicate say omo one other witness be on person mo de ne ba baby a be in camera any ade. E ba a surprise to man as na mo ya aware that na yenya
no me sure say petitioners na kasa. Petitioners asem o ma kan say omo 5 witnesses are on be their dance approve say obi anya 50%. I'm afraid 2. And there semete their you happening to katakaya. Omo one witness here. Omo bepe say enka omni bench ni be komo in chambers because there are medical issues. No omo call them kodi unkomo no. San komo no yemfen to abontin. But that is what they've said so far. As to the next steps, say, in fairness, no moon the next steps. No, say, say Friday, a ban much say, sa one, no, funny say, na fi 2 na can mind say, na omukulusum case na. There was a yes, you to me, the family, I say, and say, inti.
Okay.
From Friday.
Fantastic. Kojo me ya nase bibia ne yebesa ba bidin komo bi. Why? Yeah, that's a pan yamisha. Nti kojo pon kroma ene ya training kan ono ye one of the spokespersons for the second respondent na nado dan kwa Akufo-Addo. Yen Simra back one of the spokespersons for the petitioner lawyer Sameja Mfisame we dey mesre na watu aso amayen. Nti na wo man ya de krontia moko court in the first place.
Yeah, obi me that. So ye court to say Asempa ya dia
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Yes, easy for through omo band deni Jimensa. Ankasa di tibia in her declaration of the 2020 presidential results on 9 December 2020. Na so ya Asempa ya dia which is a petition. Now we advance here. Ya dance for abidi na easy for a dance for so e dia ba court e drew almost so a court no be adopt as the evidence check na it shows clearly that figures na ye kan wasam e figures different figures because on 9 December the mensa e declare results no o can say the total valid votes and no gina so Eka say Omanpenye Akufo-Addo in the 2020 presidential election at 13,434,574. But at the exchange, or the figure for by 13,119,460. In fact, in that same press release or the ban at the year, was also the figure by
Asempa FM.
13,433,573. So, ebiem omoba court no ye bisa omo say figures ben na mugina so e dey declare so man to do wado arena. Omo say 13,121,111. Which is at any given point in time no. Jimensa returning officer for the 2020 presidential election officer no. And documents are original for the different figures here be in hand. Say any court ye nyina ye betumi di ye hu a and ye better na court no hu say your can ye kra na anya no ana say a documents we ankasa ma me no ejina so de aye the declaration and unti ye kwosere say in the interest of fair hearing say na be ya attention ne pere yo be ye agreement na because say ya back court say no crane ye rehwe ye best record no say omo share electoral commission senkata o magina so e dia yo mo foundation and declaration
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Akufo-Addo na reign 2020 abatwa omo fam back court keke obi enye so mo fa document na mre yo na ye yan fa ye case there Fabra court na ye inspect say Fabra court na yenfa ye niko tue enhwehwem na ye hu se kan kata na wugina so de ye wadwuma edim e wo mrema na enim eye authentic ana authentic say ye na go declaration there just one declaration there obi nka ye ntimi mfa adefrede we enkoto court na nim because any why one declaration documents we didn't say no political parties are not your agents ye nyina ye wubi I just say bia ya pamu agents and DBC into agents nya so in that case you will have to request for documentation with respect to those specific politicians. It's a one declaration na ma me na ye ne kan hwasema ye nya obi ade wo be request we but why one declaration after that or the press release about what different figures about. Not only the total valid votes is different from the declaring about. And ma what the ma o
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
And Ura John Mahama in her declaration of 9 December was sano at the Mafo Fraba sense. Oba court or the Mafo Fraba being. And manu de dia so that different figures now or they ban ne faten ne bien. Documents by the original so diaba. Ye need because all your sounds such as any, you know, they don't need any year. They are not one a share in the office and I could come a year. It's a that documents. It's Senebaya, a seminal Mulu Krebeba, Pere on the attention in the Juma. Court on show. Did you cry across a court on show? When I say, now, you say, you be easy for now. Or would you be Jenny or Kakra bed at the documents in the mind? And it is as far back as 19th January, only not the date, 19th January, weeks ago. And you come on, crack. So, move on my way there.
FM.
You're friend mutual discoveries. They say, a lawyer for Naya, one, yen said documents, we know yen see documents are easy for what you would do. Mujina so cast man to Yaku Father.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Oman fa anu yedi amaye. And yes, any ye the courts no near sort of the show. No be the can say. Utimusuta siamwa inku. Yakotwaba. About we if for mona mo share so mona mo conduct here. Must say Oman Yaku Father na rene. Why am I who say, Oman Vinyaku Puado Narena? Agent Bibi, Agent Craft about one in craft from polling station, constituency, regional, and then national forms are what they collective votes, and on a regional worker. It is a would be a South say. Manessa may need take and let our documents and make it so the BI okay. Obi. So when you be born in the now when you be here with this year. And I won't put and I would be a media any of the cat here. And that's uncut neighbor. Because who didn't say, the documents will vindicate your position, sir. With declaration now why I was your man paying you for a whole project.
Basame, me pacho. Me Kaisa the last time I was studio. O church mo petition, no kind, sir. One of the exhibits attached to petition, no. A year. EC and Casa website. Constituency summary coalition sheet or mudi guho for all constituencies ni nyina ewo ho mo amafa akeka bom enya number bi no crack a numbers amonso mo de call court no eho inti this thing about transparency no ifrin because the documents are already on their website.
Let me explain that part. Man kase ye the 275 summary sheets no aka ye petition
no kase mo dey calculation.
Yes, yes spreadsheet.
Yes.
And in the spreadsheet, the calculation said based on the website, okay, kaboom one the winning. That summary sheet here, young fan touchy the Pamba. In fact, it was only 11 of those summary sheets. And they are asking a petition, that is in reference to paragraph 31 of our petition, Exhibit E.
Yes.
And over a hearing Ketia Adam Secretary, they are asking as Exhibit C. But as a DC, court no, was striking it out about to actually. And they say, sir, as a business, it's difficult to make reference to. So you only what is before the court is a spreadsheet. The summary sheets are not there. Now, I don't amount for summary sheets from website and Yama Obi. There are so many cases. Yeah, documents are one. When they compare the issue for the actual website, Greater Accra, agents and war strong group document what the Mao as Greater Accra regional summary sheet, and then they will each website any difference. For Eastern region in court, which is as the D. To General Mosquito witness it. But will let it be or the former Mami Jimensa on the 9th of June.
Yes.
That exhibit shows two results, regional results for one region, Eastern region. How results you don't know? Ebwebra. Now, how do you know which of these results the EC is relying on as far as their declaration that the Kufuado one is concerned? You can never tell. You don't know. Unless they tell you, say, okay, these are two, but this is the authentic one we used. Obi,
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Documents are moved on the crown. Mu ni na obi egasa no moka.
No, in fact, and yes, mu ni na almost say mu witnesses under oath. Ejitu mu say mu copies of all the documents.
Yes, me say entro.
Entro say.
Ye witness yankasa. Obviously abote. Okay, enra. Ura pesa white. Na dance ya wudi. Form bi hu ba asem. Your friend
Asempa FM
13. Okay. Justice Amenuvo, lawyer for Electoral Commission, a person, and called this our form, no, Ebetre, Dr. Kwesawai. Yet, or the training book. Now, Obe Tunano, and lawyer Katuji Kataka say, Ube to me the trainer to Tunano. As I hope I will call into details there. Because that document, no, court me yan to say a dance here. So it is not in evidence here. But after that, you know, yeah, me judge about me money due for certain reasons. Before another post is ended, mother kaya offer the same from 30. You come from 30 here.
Ekosiisen on Asempa
That is the
FM.
form one at the National Coalition Center. Everyone crying. The results from all the 16 regions, Nebani Kabumua.
Asempa FM.
Ye trek to na ye wia ya keka bom ahu the way first the way second na agents ni na fine. That is the form. I don't your friend from 13. Now that form no easy for the aba court e ma mi dimensa e na ode atake na dance kata ye nyanyi mu yes but ode atake e yes from 13 na no aye ma me judge no e de kire Dr. Kwesa White NDC dance na jo mama dance there boss share sa atay na hwe say baby wo wa sigita wa umpesa wo be san ya wo be kire se wo be ba ko de man Dr. Kwesa White no Dr. Kwesa White say my lord you move from way and from 13 because I was about to amra ye dey aduma 2020 a public election regulation CI 127 2020 from 13 woman amran se no was
Asempa FM.
enye no ni na owura Kwesa White class na so kire mu say start from 13 year mami jimensa di abakoti John Mama agents was strong o mani ko say ehu da enti omunibi because according to EC no eyemra Dr. Kwesa White any Rojo Metununu if we strong group based on instruction na Jimensa the returning officer di ama wo mo say omunko hu John Mama ni kudu gita ho bi no omu free wo no e na Jimensa ko pass from 13 ni bae e na peka tempa yem prepare ko bo different figures in no omo failures after 13 enti according to Dr. Kwesa White evidence they never saw from 13 they were never presented with it. And so how can anybody say we have from 30?
No, but the point is
we don't have it.
Sammy, from 13, no, is it the case, sir? Mono na mo agent no any strong room at the time into one sign, and now say from 13 Supreme Court Justice now who can edit train no a fake which is which
mother me can fake and I be there me dey maka so you gonna me
no so say okay say
no
also okay say and no nya from 13 and ade where who be that no how would he know say yeah when you see the word fake that's fine
the okay understand this is not from 13 CI 127 which is Public Election Regulation 2020 no akase from 30
yeah me was CI ni bi wa ha and what was his basis for saying say no nya from 13
Obi because if you check that CI the form there is not what the judge showed you
how
so now the Obi one form na ekita judge
no inti say onu It is
you can't even confirm the truth. So
no, but have you seen it? Have you seen it? One kasa wehu.
Obi. I'm not the one conducting this case. So the Beba court and I spoke first and come one. That form no and what's the Beba court. I grow about here. You two me come to it's yen train, meaning dole. Ebonya Empire, ebi a
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Cross examination baso. Ghana need ya pemre. Na one ship.
Yeah, but me substantive question has not been answered. My question was Tobo Same. My musa me question be for clarity.
Tobo. Now, question no my answer. I am saying what they make in na me say. Almost you didn't have to make this application the easy form for documents or more year juma no. Year collation. Ejina so dey declaration so man penye ku kwadwa we ne. Na mi say nka bu bisa wo mo say o mo fa mra na mo inspect because that documents no mo woni nyina bi. Is that not the NPP's argument? And in fact, is that not the ratio dividenda of the ruling the court gives? And we have all the documents.
Because
and we have not demonstrated that we don't have any.
The respondents no in their argument in opposition they can say under cross-examination more witnesses akase more all the copies of the document.
It is not true.
And your lead counsel did not rebut that claim.
It is not true.
But there was no rebuttal from your camp.
No, those things are not points of law. Obetinya rebut only on point of law. But when somebody makes a statement which is factually incorrect, because the court is a house of records, you expect that the judges to lose that they work and you're not correct.
Yeah, but Okase no nye point of law.
When you ask the question, let me tell you the answer. Just we'll be going around in circles. This issue, an argument here arising in the issue is fair. What's the documents now you're requesting for Ninano? We have it. And that witnesses say we have all. There is no witness of the NDC Awakati, we have all the documents. All the questions are Yebisa General Mosquito to Dr. Kwesa White related to specific documents at the police station level. Your agent is supposed to sign. And take a copy.
Yes.
2 or 4 yes.
Yes.
Near Bisa the constituency. Near Bisa the region. That when I want to say, Yebisa witness be say on national resource declaration form, which is form 13. Yes, I have it.
In my request,
Dr. Kwesa White was clear that only Rojo Metununu were not presented without form. They have not seen the form before. They were not even given an option because after the time they were leaving the strong room, that form had not even been filled. And I think, Obi, you heard this evidence. True or false?
Sami, that evidence I heard. But me question na Busane say Uji Tumu say from the polling station, no witnesses neka say yes, we have it. Why then in your request did you not request just for form 13?
Polling station. So Obi, let's not confuse.
No, then I'm requesting for all those forms when you had them.
We asked for state documents. The argument is that, or the reason their lordships refused that request is that you have all the documents and you have not shown that you don't have any. I am saying that Form 13 was one of the documents that you decide say Omon running inspected, easy for Omon running inspected. Have form or no? Yenibi. And there is no evidence before the court to say you will be. And nobody can even suggest to say you will be. Because MPP for the easy for you now, yeah, didn't say. Yes, let's have form or no. Now indeed before the hobby. It's young Philippi, young Sandy. It's your better. Okay, this is very simple. So, with regards to that specific form from 13, it is not correct to say, NDC for whoopee.
Okay, until now, answer my question.
Let's go to the other forms. What is the polling station?
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
That is the thing sheet. The constituency summary result sheet.
Yes.
Then the regional,
summary result sheet. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Obi. Baby, I know your agents will be here. And in fact, you dance here and we had agents in all the polling stations. The course also taught in the your agents, is expected to have that document because that is the law. 1 year, let's say 1 year, you may. So it is good. It is right to presume that the NDC has those documents. But our documents, you know, and no, and dimension, and on the other year collation, constituency level between 7th and 9th December.
Yes, yes.
And on the other year collation, our regional level between 7th and 9th Mebwa. And on the other year collation, our national level between 7th and 9th Obi Mebwa. And no, and in our view, is significant so they are the 9th December declaration. So with respect to that, we have it. But after that, you know, Obi,
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
December, is the new figures about for John Mahama, or the new figures about for Mampenya Kufuor, or the new total valid rules about. Based on what documents? When they were doing that thing, we were not part. So how can we have the documents that they use for those updates? Again, in court, they bring another figure. Unless people are suggesting that the EC is just conjuring these figures, and that those figures, those new figures, are not based on some documentation. And we are saying that the documentations are EC original, so the updated figures, and then a way or another figure back. Those ones we don't have. That is why another document we asked for it. The documentation or updates. It is 10 December. Did you get another regional collating sheet which was different from what you used on the 9th? We can never tell.
But to make a convincing argument in that regard, Nesame, why don't you tell the court, say, your lordships, for ye as petitioners, no, based on sheets, document from polling station up, yakikaya di nyina bomu a figure yenyani. Hold on. Sammy, hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Yakikaya di nyina bomu a figure yenyani. Isi dia wenyani, and we're changing the figures by 3 times. Adentina isi ne yane dia based on which documents? Then you give the courts a compelling reason. No?
And when they are Friday, you are going into the trial. That one, the court will say that there are issues of evidence. And you're not in a court on the back to be for the documents and manner. What's the point that I'm trying to say? But I will answer that question because meaning say is one question. We've had a justice of the Supreme Court ask. It was also asked the lawyer certificate give an answer, and I hear people asking that question in the media. So I'll deal with that question. But let me finish an application. I am saying that, say, if you know, from 13 they are clear that the NDC doesn't have it. So what they need to more respectfully, we think the court got it wrong when it said that we have that document. Because the evidence before the court shows clearly that we don't have it. And there is no way we can have that document. So if you now find Maya, then it becomes a problem. But the other form relative
but Cecilia, it is part of the ratio that's a die of the court. And I'm also my home, and it goes into record.
And I said court can say we are the court so when you're can as a law unless you want to apply for review.
Yes, but that's the point I'm making, sir. If it is not a matter of fact, not say a forming part of the court's ruling now. You say you don't want to do anything about it?
I think that I was there adopt two lawyers for petitioners on Nibia, personal assistant to Chachuchi Katana. Because you see, when the court makes a ruling like this, you need to go and study the ruling. Now, it is very clear from where we stand even now, say that was an error. But it was an error of fact, you see. And
error of law.
And whether that can be a ground for review for you to come back to the court and say, respectfully, your lordship, we think that this one maybe you erred, and that with evidence a woman lived there from 13 years, you know, the lawyers will weigh the options and see whether here at this stage is there a few courts to whether our lawyers are even thinking of that option. I will not know. But Obi our follow
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
with regards to from 13
Asempa FM.
And not there. Nobody, not even the EC can. Because EC for the year, you know, MPP for the panel this would you. It's no document. So this whole issue about who cannot apply to Form 13 with all due respect. But Obi, the other forms, so like I say, if the declaration or the figures we are talking about was just one, then NDC, the polling station sheet and the constituency submission, then we don't have a case. But if the figures are changing, and now the new figure, my media base, you mean regional coalition sheets are, or collecting there is nothing wrong actually the court to say. The base documents are so they
but based on what Naoka say, Munim source document or dinya figure no. Based on what?
You have used a set of documentation to generate one figure. One announcement now, I want to know
yes.
Are they saying all the figures so far? So unless somebody is suggesting say figures for now they buy no book now okay time.
No, but the point is they still insist that new figures near from the same source document. How do you prove saying you're not correct?
That is what lawyer Tachuchikata said that in the Menson's witness statement they have not explained those differences. There is no reference to the 10th December press release. I will explain how they came by those figures.
So confront her in the witness box. You don't need to request for documents.
Hold on. That time it will be too late for you to know. So the documents on the Asempa if you are not inspected it, how can you cross-examine her on it? They say Eastern region results.
That one has been. That one was explained. So the original and I said the one they used was the second one Amumu agent and sign because they added one constituency result to it.
For the cross-examination of certificate, and then you will see whether that accounts. But me the master say, almost say in court. In fact, in the Mensa witness statement, which of those two documents they use for the declaration? Time one justice a maneuver. Cross-examine. I say do it. And now, Asempa FM. I used to have no results from Kaho. Na ye chilling and no buy no be chilling. But can you just take him at his word without going to see the document and compare with a Yensuano original or what to know said the Okana Yampa by Nampa? So Obi, we believe that number one, the point is that NDC for a war in Qatar almost the easy for the was not accurate. We don't have the base document for the changing fee. And so respectfully we think that because we are all in court to make sure justice is served, the truth is upheld. No? We believe that if the EC had nothing to hide, and if I can say we can check home answer, we can come back. A BM from 13, it is clear we don't have. Now, maybe they need to be somebody to Obi.
Same for Mami Musa question we not to us. From 13, said the Wakano say Munibi. There were some regional results. It is also a fact, at least, about up in cross-examination. Say, mo agent and was strong room on certified those regional results. Not Eastern region, the other home.
No, Eastern region, no.
In the three regions now, one certified, Western, North, and at the end.
I don't have an offer. I will have to check the documentation.
Do you know for a fact, sir, Eastern region, the other one certified? Do you know for a fact?
I will have to check and confirm. I can check and get you because of 12. In fact, one time, even 13. Okay, I said, according to Eastern, he signed 13, but according to Professor White, he signed 12. So they are signing here 4. I can quickly check and maybe later.
And they check and let's have that.
But maybe point I'm making is Obi. We thought that in the interest of justice, because the nature of this case, very different from the 2013 one. Because in 2013 we didn't have changing figures.
Asempa FM.
Here you are having changing figures. And so for the court itself to know which of these figures are correct and whether those figures are actually based on regional coalition forms are a constituency coalition forms are a dibu I just how original number court. If the force of money now map preserve wow we person to be a bisa na will be
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Na since I'm told you about East office. Almost you may declare about most your man na arena. Can you show us your 16 regional coalition forms that? In the spirit of transparency. Because easy for Omumoto.
16 regional coalition forms, they say no more in Nebi.
Easy Omumoto, integrity, fairness, and transparency. Are you getting me? Now, 16 Samishi, so near body, yeah, factory and keke, when you're a family, factory make it. Namin family said, say the other person. No,
the 16 regional sheet there no Muslim will be. They also will be a form 13
to the first declaration. But the first will hold on. Mameno at the national level, Jimensa is supposed to do on the national level only forms na regional level no call it. But 16 it's wakika 16 in Abu.
Asempa
FM. John Mahama this vote. One more man penye kufuado that ade eche no waba betesa John Mahama vote waba betesa man penye kufuado vote. Then the assumption is that the regional coalition seats now will use to the first yes no in such a that is why John Mahama near kufuado vote as a that's what we are saying. It is in such a na abamuno yeah oh yes and such a one say any obi ye be dey documents are which so the answer.
Yeah, but if you have doubts about which document they used, it is for you to prove. It is not for the EC to come and to come and prove. The Supreme Court. No, hold on. The Supreme Court raised that issue about the burden of proof.
Don't misquote them. It was a lawyer for the second respondent. Any first responder, and we raise the issues of burden of proof. Saying we must prove it, which is for me, a very flawed legal argument. Because burden of proof. Why would they want to send back court to know burden of proof? There are so many rules about burden of proof. But the lawyer that you can't, you don't lose that stage. If the court already over judgment by no man can burden of proof once. Or man can say, yeah, more for documents anymore because more NDC for more the burden of proof. The court didn't say that. They base their decision on two things. That all these documents, by law, you have them.
And necessity.
Why we disagree with them? Because we don't have Form 13. And we don't have the documents if the national any new figures at police station, constituency, and regional level. We don't have the documents they use for those new figures. And that is why we ask. Secondly, they said necessity. They are not convinced to say those things are necessary. Therefore, we disagree. Because, Obi, this case is a contestation over figures. Whether or not candidate Akufo-Addo is supposed to already abandon, we have more than 50% of the total valid votes. Therefore, the court will necessarily have to ascertain the correct total valid votes. Especially when we have different ones easy for Nadia but conflicting ones. The votes are Omanpenye Kukwadu and we have seen the easy changes. In fact, Omanpenye Kukwadu percentage is in Guano. Easy for the 4 and Abba. How do you ascertain which one is correct? So, in such a case, the nature has to do with figures and conflicting figures. How can anybody say for the easier hormonal embryo say that document original in our home? Omonfa sa original embryo court. Na boam funny na court no. Figures pa umudina so dey your declaration. Obeka say ewu here. And you dey ewu here. How can you resolve this issue, which is a conflict over figures, their accuracy and all that, without those documents?
But the point is, how would those documents, help in the adjudication of this matter? How?
It will help in the adjudication of this matter because, Obi, right now, say if
yes,
total valid vote not only any documents
Asempa FM
to support the total valid vote without those documents, how would the court know that the Mamene can be okay?
But the point is,
because those documents are not in evidence. So how would the court even come to the conclusion that any of the 5 different figures now when they are correct? Because figures, that figure, correct figure must be based on correct calculation form, correct calculation form, and order. Obi, that forms minimum. How would the court?
If the EC argues, say, total valid voter, they say answer to the petition name, and not any final total valid vote cast.
How will anybody?
Because
you see, we should not even accept what is in your own press statement of the 10th.
No, the American say. Since you share various scenarios, the American say, if the EC decides to go with the award answer to the petition name as the total valid vote caster, what will be the issue in dispute before the court?
Even if they decide to go with that, how will you know that what they are telling you is true?
But who will prove that you are more correct?
On the basis of what document did they get that figure?
That is not an issue. Is it an issue? Because Momeka say, the number when they you've not said that. So how is it in dispute?
For that to be an issue. The whole petition is about the validity or the accuracy of those figures. That is why if you look at the issues that court not setting it down for determination now. Or say whether or not I think it should say also whether or not say the figures in the declaration of 9 December 2020. The second respondent attained more than 60% of the total valid vote in line with that.
Yes.
So it's about figures. Figures are in dispute. So if the base documents are easy for the say or more generated figures are not before you, how will you even know say this figure is based on facts and it's based on the truth? So this issue about it is not necessary. Usi o mampenye kukwado areni aba. In Krata wujina so it is take that decision is on na win. Abra court I would say necessary. And you then necessary.
On can say any necessary or say more apply Mum prove why a necessary say also modeba. And that is the government of the issue.
Isn't that what they have said? But our disagreement is this whole case is about figures.
Yeah, but the court has not said they would need those documents to prove whether the figures are right or not.
And I am just asking you a simple question in the man or ask. This is a simple, with all due respect, a common sense question. There are disputes about figures, which is which. Figures from one source. The same is bringing different conflicting figures. Mr. Ebeye saying the one which of the figures are correct without the base documents from which those figures were generated. How? For somebody to say that those documents are not necessary?
Yeah, but the point is the petitioner is not challenging the authenticity of base document, and that is the thrust of this issue. You are not challenging the authenticity of document, for which reason you say the figures thereof not flawed.
Obi, we are challenging the authenticity of figures.
Yes,
the figures are based on documents.
Yes.
So the right documents will have to be ascertained before we know which figure is authentic. You cannot ascertain or determine figures different number. The papa, accurate. I just when you have documents, you can't.
Enti monsomo documents no meba
o. Declaration is just one there. Then obi e kwa for the document. But ye na ya ade ba ko. Ye wie no. Is in different ones there. So can't we ask the East say documents are would so yeah different ones no.
Asempa FM.
And you tell me that is not necessary?
But the point necessarily
Who is that important question? I don't want us to belabor this. Can I answer that important question?
No.
the question about Muhammad for the figures are mad. Muhammad the figures by a dear.
Yeah.
Then you can let me deal with that issue.
Yeah.
Obi. Your answer question is I don't know why people are not getting it. But I know people will get it when G Mensa is cross-examined. Because you see, on the case, you used to witness statements. So, and you know, a dance for no man for man no any dear dance. In the man dance any debris or crap also. One check the moon yeah, why we are won't say na dance and say papa.
Yes.
And it is when counsel is cross-examining and Osini put the case across. It means say the cross-examination of lawyer Kutuan power. I can say that this is the case of the petitioner. Are you getting me? Because when lawyer Kutuan power cross-examination questions I will ask I put it to you. I suggest it to you now. Then you know this is your case. And when people listen to Chafisikata's cross-examination, then they will know, I mean, with more clarity, what our case is. Because it's different when the thing is in writing, and when the thing is in writing, it's sometimes different when people are vocalizing it and explaining it. But let me show you something. The entire that issue there, more figures when in this will be a predictor. Obi, Asempa FM. Say you say about what Nsunsuansua, Mami G Mensa, Editu Ghana, and you're correct because you figure no 100 or no dear 1,000, and you have some more at the court to know. Say you have some more at the court to know dear, and yet necessarily what you catch the court to know. You figures anybody you figures to be feeling. You can't say on the figure 100, but if you pay 1,000, you don't know the end. Yes, let's say. Katibia bitiniya se kan esi esabo. And when yamra. Di mensa na ono ye returning officer. Ono na mra say, ono ne wo so keka figures ni bam. Na wo de ba. Final results ne ba. Ono ne die no e na yamra. Waye o de aba. 9 December. We declare we ye no. Wasan so aye ne mra. We enacted into law CI 135. Wasan so agata.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Yafa onwan kasa na nu asem no. Onwan kasa ni declaration no figures na ewu mu no. Yes say the start figures no bu konta na de ye adwuma. Onwan ni figures na kire say o man penye kufuado anwe na 20 abato. Because onwan ni figures na kire say o man penye kufuado wan cross more than 50% of the total valid votes. And non te se me pese mi pubu sa se mo ya me dia kwato court na nimu
Asempa FM.
Me figures a me ko calculate ni nchen de e mam e ye ma me na figures na me say sa figures no uyusu a e kire se o man penye kufuado one win no e ye no na what me use to prove me case. I cannot go and bring Miami figures to come and prove say ma me na nkasa declaration no per that no man penye kufuado anwene. I was saying me use to ma me na nkasa declaration figures e wom. Na me show say ma me say me de Miami figures kwato nchen. Na me de wa wo de no ebu nkonta na o man penye kufuado anwene. That is our case. So the first point is say the nature of our case
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
irrelevant. Who is here say Miami the figures back court to Obia the Asempa court Obi. You lead evidence to prove your case. You don't lead evidence to satisfy, whatever interest. Who has the case now with the court?
Asempa FM.
In many cases, I'm a court and say, why a declaration? One amran say what's a declaration? The Awobe can no name right when you the Juma. Figures are a what declaration. You boom conta na what you boo na the enya no e ade foforo. And so the foforo no say o man penye kukwado anwene. It is a meditation we akoko. Na me kofa ho dance ya ba. Me figures am here nchen de e no ya dance ya. Maybe e ya wo figures no analysis am here no wo na no name dance here to prove that case. Then number 2. Obi, I want to tell you, say, in the circumstances we find ourselves in, obie ni wa se woye yi se woye dimensa se oye court se oye lawyer se oye political party ono ankasa betumi aka no
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
ono ankasa ye ni coalition na ni figure ni na sa figure no correct. Nobody can say that, and I will explain that to you. See, Obi, we a political party, and now we a judge, and now we a lawyer. Now say what we what did they do? You either say, Ube you should police station, and how do I walk down in a pink sheet, and I'm a what?
Yes.
And now Ube you should constituency, I walk down in a constituency summary sheet, and I'm a what? Pink sheet, and a summary sheet, too. And I young kasa ye kaya wo kasa. And from why you move because over pink sheet back one. And ma yama 12 presidential candidates no kika bomwa. Ebi awunya 900. But over pink sheet ne so no. Yes 800. So patently that figure is wrong. That is why our petition speaks about wrong aggregation of total valid votes. So, what was the way of coalition? What the wrong figure in the way of coalition? And now what the change? One case on
Asempa FM.
Now one case what the figure correct. Now what are you coalition? Or you will use figures that on the face of the record
Asempa
are patently flawed and riddled with arithmetic errors. Kwetechiman South example is equal. So kai general course examination now. Lawyer to Tampa, yeah. Okay, the Kwetechiman South summary sheet. The total valid votes are a summary sheet no so no. 97,227. Oh, you guys.
Okay.
But lawyer to Tampa can say that figure is wrong because of the votes now. Yeah, the mass of candidates in Bomo Techimaya. We have 99,436. Okay. Into also 99,436. Then Professor Kote, Justice of the Supreme Court, says, my counsel, then you're only assuming. How will you know which of these two figures are correct? You're only assuming. So, in such a case, so what your national coalition will do, Kwetechiman South, which figure will you use the total valid vote for Kwetechiman South for your coalition? Will you use 97,227 or 99,436?
Asempa FM.
This is just one example of many of such cases where on the face of the pink sheet and on the face of the summary sheet, the figures recorded there are wrong.
On Asempa FM.
So how can you use wrong figures for a coalition and get a correct figure? You will also be misleading the court. Okay? Thank you. Our coalition no more can be figures by quarter. Wouldn't be a capital pound that is a maneuver breaker. My lord, the petitioner is approbating and reprobating. In one breath, the petitioner says that the pink sheets of various polling stations and the constituency summary sheets of some constituencies are riddled with errors. The total valid votes captured on those forms are wrong. Yet, in another breath, the petitioner has used those same wrong figures for his coalition, which they are urging on the court to adopt. Take away the again. How can you say in one breath that the documents are ECD Eduma polling station constituency they break and from now the town the young result was out to do any audit or inquiry. Was a media made the wrong figures for your coalition and expect to get a correct outcome and feed the court and the public without figure. So, on the basis of these two arguments, that first of all, so Asempa you come up court to and what say you dance here but support it, man. We are not required, and we answer your figures member. It shows say per Gmail's and declaration, the figures in that declaration, actually that's what I'm we just need that declaration. Any figures are on which events and at different times to prove that. Figures are irrelevant. Number two, your coalition They said, yeah. And I believe other political parties have done it. Our figures will also be wrong. Because documents are calculation. Many of them contain patently flawed figures. So not even the EC can say, that is our case, that on the basis of wrong figures, your global figure is correct. It is not possible. Because
but one of the issues, and it's some patent errors now I'm identifying. How much impact will those errors have on the overall results? One of the issues. So
yes, but I'm trying to tell you that we are talking. In fact, the impact has to do with padding, not the accuracy of the total valid vote. If we are talking about issues that is in a certain out now, to be precise, that's it. But my point is the same. So are you going to also give a figure to the court? Say, my lord, for our own collation, the total valid vote is 14 million, blah, blah, blah. And but this figure no, and it's very accurate because documents in the man. Don't say mistakes. That evidence, therefore, will have no probative value because that evidence, ab initio, is discredited. Because that evidence, latest figures, by your own admission, you use wrong figures for that collation. That is why it would have been a useless exercise for the NDC to have done. Because how can you use figures as any papa? Nobody can boom. Now I can't go to court. I can say, "You can't boom. You didn't know papa." I mean, that makes it.
Sami, we have to be bringing this interview to a close. My final question, maybe Sauna.
Let me take this small point.
Briefly.
Another thing about this argument of we figures
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
MPP for any binum than the dual group. The hypocrisy and the double standard, I cannot fathom. Obi, you Kromha, and an MPP for the election petition called Supreme Court, the year 2012 to 2013.
Asempa FM.
The part in that petition, the witness statements which came, evidence and all that, the hearing, the whole everything, MPP for petition on the court. What thing would that say? MPP for say, my lord, you collated figure and a easy so MPP for the Omo collated figure for court in that case. No, they didn't. The Omo understand. Easy for figures are not a declare of fire and over the court. And I'm saying, my lord, you who say police issues, way, overvote TSC. I have presiding officer one signed sheet. I have sheet, serial number, no, abam police station code, It's only irregularities and infractions. It's a moon to chat and ma, and what's our police stations, Nimu. Namu to tell we are. Montin 3 easy. Figures, Nimu. Nadia Mubiano. Munina from Casaman, Kupaba. That was their case. They never sent their own collated figures to court. So where from this animal called, where are your own collated figures? When the MPP went to court in 2013, did they go to court with their own collated figures? They went to court with evidence, which they felt supported their case. So yes, we have the evidence that supports your case. Why we always be asked? And here I'm not referring to what is happening in court. I'm just talking about what is happening in the media.
Asempa FM.
There is no basis even for that question. And I've explained to you that it is not even possible for you to do it. In all honesty, you can't do any true and proper collation.
So my final two questions. Now, the interview, now, baby. In all of this, would you agree as an officer of the NDC, say for more as party leaders, you lied to your supporters?
Lied to our supporters.
Or you misled your supporters?
What I can tell you is that as a national officer of the party, the behavior dance yourself. You do cry. And the Yamaya for. Because I did Yara Yakacho.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Yes, Wabam. You're too real. And then what dance here? Aba. It's a Nina. And only the fact some catch almost say
more collating with figures. Now John Mahama won that election. Was that factual?
But that is factual. Who has denied that? Why not actually work with that? Why not actually work with?
Based on one coalition. Based on the coalition, John Mahama won.
Let me show you something. Yes, 7 by 5 years. Yes, I take Bobo things 8, 9 before the declaration. That time you don't do an audit of results or things and all that. So you do your own aggregation, which is what we call collation, which we did, and we have our own results.
And the result showed that John Mahama won.
Hold on. But when after that, and what you can even have that the lawyer. Lawyer. Maybe me who is about the area because me and way and MPP post in way.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Lawyer Becca was there. Who call it now we am. And that thing here and for why you movement are there. To collation it cannot be correct. Just like each collation cannot be correct. They talk to be. They do collation no class on train. If you for an answer declaration on my and that's all my opinion to pan. Do how the thing. Tiasia, you for a coalition in because we are coalition now. We don't need it to prove so man opinion to pan. And again, you yourself cannot vouch for its accuracy because documents are what they say you say constituency summary sheet in François Yimuma. And we think that as lawyers, the advice I had now say it is a more viable option to use its own figures to prove to the court and the world that candidate a Kufuor doesn't win. Will you still insist and tell your lawyers that if my lawyer meant here, then tell legal advice, because I told my supporters that Yamiko list, I want to send that to court. You elect which course of action to pursue in court based on your legal strategy, based on what you're looking from the court, based on what you think you can prove in law and order. And the Obianiwa, Obetunyaka Sayampa, Namoya Moka NDC and your collation. Are you in a position to even say that? Do you know what went into this election as far as the NDC is concerned and the kind of things we did? We are NDC executive. Therefore, you're effectively now. I will be. Who did the elections directed here? Who did the IT directed here? If you say, I want your policy figure, you an outsider. Are you even in any position to even say that we have or we don't have? We are telling you we have. But we are telling you that for purposes of what we have sent to court and what we are seeking from the court, it is not relevant. And apart from that, we are telling you that based on documents that easy for the years, which is the same document, the carbon copy, and the you use here, and François Yimuma. And so you cannot think that
and sir informs what the na moye mu coalition John Mahama winnie. The informs why you no.
Of course.
And one John Mahama di winnie.
So imagine if we have sent this issue to court. That's what I'm telling you that all those statements about our coalition and calculation we have won. That was not. We have not done an audit of the results, things, keys, and all that. We have not done all those things.
On Asempa.
You do an audit and you get all those records from the country that you can tell say info. But at that time, 7, 8, 9, 10, what are you going to do? Time many ways are audit. So that one you just added it, and then you said that based on this we have won, which is true. We added the figures from all the constituencies and from all the polling stations. We did. But when you are going to court,
and
now you have to audit the evidence and make sure that everything you are going to present to support your case is circumstance and will not be undermined to defeat its probative value. Then you have to do another.
Same unim ma yemfa ensi akasache meda se papa ye besia di nkomo bi right Same Jemfini attending Kano one of the spokespersons for the petitioner in this case. Ekosiisen is the higher Asempa FM 25 minutes after 4. We'll stay on the phone lines a bit yene lawyers from both sides in the petitioner and lawyer di nkomo yene second respondent Michelle Nana Akufo the lawyer Eddie Nkomo. Now let's get the views of an independent private legal practitioner. ewo ahoma ne so ne yenhwe ene ono nso eni enkomo nti enra yene ne kasa and for the past 3 days ne yene no edi nkomo Monday enra ena enes na eje bafo ewo na eje akwa aba na pom te sen fantastic nti enne megidi sa utimi monitor the course so ewo Supreme Court the basis for the court's decision no petitioners ne say yes court na kade but they vehemently disagree because omufri say court no anshada amfa emrano and what the omo edebe to court ne nim no amfa anye djuma
me pacho me chair with yafunya
omojo so
obi the decision of Supreme Court decision, you know,
Asempa FM.
No matter can be a befasu be judges in HR. So offer Evidence Act, offer the Public Elections Regulations, offer the rules of court, judges in HR. The key you want to say, Abdia ultimately original ABR. Ultimately duplicate and a photocopy here. It is also will duplicate the original who is here. It is here now person what the original, person what the duplicate me here. It is the amount original.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
That's what I say.
Me too.
Once all duplicate the there. So person would be review or quarter fabra. The party HM1.
But omono ka enutie petitioners na omo point and say duplicate now two issues. One, duplicate now omo yes omo polling station there, omo constituency there, omo region there, but Form 13 a presidential declaration form no and no at the time is in a ready parties agent no assign no more agent no nti omo ni enobi into number 1 that blanket statement say omo document ni nyina no enye no kre eno ye number 1. Number 2 so ene say electoral commission and kasa figures are the two dwa no the figures have changed in this area obe 4 different total valid vote cast figures and they want to know based on which source document and as our figures no changes are.
Okay, Obi. Answer to your first question, so we say the decision of the Supreme Court and they say, "Oh, should the CI now govern elections now?"
Yes.
All the parties are entitled to duplicate.
Absolutely.
Yes. What surely can come easy, for examination? You applied for the original, but you're entitled to the duplicate. So I say, so you are entitled to duplicator. Now we apply for duplicator on Sabeka. But you are applying for the original. Show the or the creation of statutes.
Asempa FM.
Essence or the creation of statutes. Now the to me no a statute na demand no. On to me be a broad here. A brute to me a dear man was statute in about what I say. And or only the Emrane say what you are entitled to a duplicate. So, have you requested for duplicate now on Sankan? Requesting for duplicate. 2, why, even though you are entitled to the duplicate, right? One trade in here. In this particular instance, on Sanka, the issue is that who freed them all. So it is not the case that the EC denied you. It's not the case that the EC denied you. And to say duplicate now entitled, yeah.
And to meaning say before Sankom file a petition, the Sankom throw to the EC for duplicate of Form 13.
Nobody do duplicate. So, secondly, we say a friend is saying, my many figures, a cost to not a change, they also changing.
Meanwhile, who deny say who copies of the stock document are figures where they is free. Me patron to
okay.
Me patron bet me about you kata the tail end of his submissions to the court. I'm with here. He admitted to say Omo the original. And you be say
Omo the duplicates.
Omo duplicate. It is a duplicate now. What the original na yedin. And was Omo person Omo the duplicate no total original ne ho. Obi a very simple matter
on Asempa FM.
So who duplicate no. Now figures no a different from the easy figures now. Right? Mount a case on it. Tender it in court. Then the burden will shift to the EC. Right? The burden will shift to the EC for the EC to prove, say, who figures now who can at that point, they will have no choice but to produce those documents.
Oh, okay.
So what I say?
Yes.
Because say who make allegation based on those documents are all I say some documents we you duplicate pooling center, coalition center, regional coalition center, and so on and so forth. You can see here, and I said, how documents in is in the demand. You can see here, numbers are different from the ECB. That's what I say. The numbers are different from the ECB. Into say you and
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Second respondent, so that's why when the election are in so mount a case on it. Now making available near auditing, not say a yellow cry. You would have discharged the burden on you under Section 11, Section 10, and Section 11 of the Evidence Act. That's what I say. Now, what discharge here? The burden now will shift to the EC to prove that your work cannot and you know correct. And I said your work cannot cry and you know correct by mistake, baby. Then the EC will now be compelled to bring all those documents. So, but so why are then you are on a fishing expedition. And no court will grant you an application.
Irrespective of the nature of their case, no? Because the route how mumu choose to say figures be a court, but they want to depend on the EC's own declaration and the figures thereof, no? That might not have been a good strategy.
No, because Obi, show EC or performing official duty. So we share Evidence Act anymore. An official duty is there's a rebuttable presumption. So an official duty is deemed to have been performed. So I say,
yes.
So EC is deemed to have regularly performed an official duty. To rebut it, you need to do more. You don't go and rely on their mistakes.
Okay.
What I say?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Until say you bring something to disprove what the EC has put out, or figures, will remain the correct one in law.
But figures, the actual figure. There are now about 3 or 4 different figures. Which one do we use, and how would the EC convince the court say indeed when a final figure based on what?
Nana, me patrol. Me throw Nana because
no problem.
My grandfather was able to.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Nana, I mean, EC the last figure for the 2 Montano. They're not your
FM.
And the 10th December, the one in the response to the petition.
The patrol. You find the one in the response to the petition.
Okay.
Is it different from the 10th December,
Yes, there seemed to be a slight difference.
Okay. Now, true. It was being the official figures.
Nana, as a wahoma na fi etwetwa si o minim se we free bibia na wo gina initial. Kasana me here. No, it's still bad. It's still bad. It brought back to bibia na wo gina na say we free ho there. Yeah, kasana me here. It's terrible. We might have to call you. Me and sign froze here. And chum mo behwa sign afre ni bio na yetimi atwa so Ekosiisen suni. Asempa 94.7 FM inti lawyer Nana Eje Bafo ewa enene no edi enkomo Castro ananu wo nsawem ene eye wawoda. Happy birthday to you Castro ananu. Happy birthday. We say Eja Kojo ewa Dallas, Texas. So I say, Obi, indeed, wonders will never cease. You told your supporters you won the election, and now we didn't win. Which is which? Incompetence galore. Regards to Sampine. Lawyer, Afi, what you mean? Fantastic. Yes, indeed, Twaso.
The patrol 63 clause 9 of the Constitution.
Asempa FM.
The patrol.
Yeah, 53.9. In the 53.9 speaks 639. Yes. And on a car about the instrument now was electoral commission. Let me get it and then read specifically and which instrument will be the prima facie document the person so declared and the president elect. That's it, right?
NDC for no petitioner no ni affidavit in support of petition. A copy of the instrument is exhibited.
That's the instrument now. Electoral Commission passing into law.
That's right.
Okay.
That is the evidence. Is the prima facie evidence of the president-elect, and yet the announcement on TV.
Me too.
The announcement on TV, it appears not to have a legal value. Rather, it's an instrument, and alone it constitutes a prima facie evidence of the president-elect. Now, there be a prima facie evidence in law, right? It simply means, let's break it down, until a contrary evidence emerges, it's taken to be the gospel.
Yes.
There are no figures stated in there. Press details say petition A
Anna B.
Now, convention or the practice over the years in this country has been that you, in fact, I mentioned the universal case. The Supreme Court position is that the instrument is taken together with the results
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Polling station and related coalition center, right? Until when you put all these together, then you have the figures.
Nana, Ahomana sign as say bio. I think that point there a very important point indeed. Yes.
So the position of the in previous.
Wow. Nana, let me say I don't know say new number be or please only producers in Inkomo chum get a better connection afi yeneno enwie very important point, so we have to clear those points and afi yetumi atwa so Ekosiisen suni Asempa 94.7 FM ebedwafo no atena se ewo hadada chairman Kojobo atena se sounds na Eric J abekayensa. May the good Lord heal any witness okay in the ongoing Supreme Court. Okay. Okro Yeboa Breman Benin, those messages are about with subtle attacks to people's credibility and reputation. And please get that straight. Obi, it's obvious the petitioner has a weak case. He should withdraw his weak petition to save his credibility. Sami Jemfi's attempt to pursue their case in the court of public opinion is surprising. Frederick Kuma, all the way in Wassa Ekropon in the western region. Let me see. Ma mention the other messages we have here. We say a happy birthday to the following individuals: George Sapon, aka Onipenia, author of the ballot box; Gideon Boama, personal assistant to Sly Mensa, MP for English, Yamam from; and lastly, to my one and only super awesome good friend in the NDC, who is also a one-time presidential hopeful of the umbrella fraternity, Eliklim Agbemeva Esquire. Happy birthday, Sir Obama in Pokwase. Okay. The mamene lawyer Nyuenafi Yemra Emetwaso. Lawyer.
Obi.
Great. Inti Mawanon. Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, so the interpretation that the Supreme Court has rendered to the practice of the EC in terms of how they couch the president-elect instrument as provided for in Article 63, Clause 9, right, is that you take them together with the election results are published at the polling station, right, collected at the collation center, and then a friend say, now what junior 50% plus one. So it is a all challenges which is the prima facie evidence of the president-elect. So you have to bring a counter, or you have to bring the numbers with police station. Now you collect any collation figures from the constituency, any all other results in this particular instance. In your regional coalition centers. The challenging elections, you don't go after what the EC announced on TV.
Even though the announcement on TV, was a written statement, which statement formed the basis for the Gazette. Number be any.
And so, what formed the basis for that is the results at the polling station, constituency coalition center, and the regional coalition center. Which figure or which forms all the parties have copied. It is a not a man say a mistake no keka. Not so this to say a mistake no keke. There is more to it. Produce yours. Also, also get the offer mark. So when you can say I am say who to 12 for the approach penny say I've been.
Wow, that's interesting.
The strategy there's a conscious effort to shift the burden of proof to the EC without producing their documents. That's what I said. And so the answer to the interrogatory, the examination of documents would have had the potential of shifting the burden. In view of the principles in the Evidence Act, the rules of court, and the public election regulations, CI, it makes it so difficult to do that. And that is why at each point, they are hitting a snap, they are hitting a block.
Wow. Lawyer, I would love to have continued, but I would have a lengthy discussion
some
other time. Yeah, that's a power. I mean, sure. Fantastic.
Right.
Private legal practitioner Nana Ejay Bafo Ewa and Moten and Kano Obi. The declaration of December 9th, which was gazetted on December 10th, is the only constitutionally sanctioned declaration made by the EC, reference CI 135. The December 10th press release was not a declaration. The December 10th correction had no impact on the constitutional threshold of more than 50% of the valid vote cast, which informed the December 9th declaration gazetted on December 10th.
On Asempa FM.
Abdul Malik Kweku Bako. Messages no endorse, but I would have to pause here. Do this briefly. Meba Chairman Kojo Boatinatnase, Eric Ejay and Swatnase would have an interesting discussion. Yeah, Basisia. And it's a discussion you would want to. Monkey.
My dear, yes, sweetie. And then mammy miss out. Oh, but some baby named so dumb a pan. Now, a miss by Panam and one Diana and Como de. Oh, Ninawum. Let's the decal pie over there. There would be Mona soap and Mona cream. As yes, my Fairfan Hannah. Ah, may I say, now, maybe the emotions to my answer. Hey, Debbie, maybe show answer. I second my show some bang. And what can you say, dear? Many Mona soap, any Mona cream, and every woo. Said the Mona soap. Timi skin rashes in your crop. Na eyi pampan fi nipa ho. Na mona cream timi sa propro ne ho a. E ma chimi fu brom. E ma skin aya nwensen, esa ye bokko, sa bofra de no. Oh, do se de mi nyeja me ho. Ba bi e wo se me di mona cream siesie no. Me di be siesie. Hey, mona soap and mona cream. Na ne bon so nya de na buso yi de. Ene ahofe no. Me ma na buso ama ho. Ele me so ma don sa. Omanfo here mona soap and mona cream. Enfre Agbeve Herbal Center 020-813-0790 and 024-6595-256.
FDA ahwehwɛ saa ejedi nkrato yi mu agye atomu sɛ ɛyɛ. Wow. Aha Dania brochure.
Global lighting for lights. And the whole accessories for party ball from Sunu. We're providing lighting solutions for Ghana more than 20 years. We're going to pay no environment at the side of Fairfair. Europe Niema, the highest standard in terms of quality. Ceiling lights, outdoor lights, chandeliers, wall lights, compound lights, LED panels, spotlights, braces and surface, switch and sockets, wiring cables, and the Kekahua, electricians, and the contractors at the year one projects no will free global light.
When are your friend ultra modern?
Papa B, street lights ni post now. Water one near ma was sunny amount technical advice and after sales service. Spentex 027-900-3066. Only textbook market dish anymore. Osu Ari. Command phone fred 0302-769-382. One in my coffee house in the dish anymore. And the Kumasi 0278-744-886. One in Palace Mall and the dish anymore. Santas runabout.
Global lighting.
And Kania Pahifi.
Misika and Sukatia Robert. And also answer estate 9. Now so pardon me. Timothy, my Chinese you. Me petty and me Chinese such. I do cream is so bad idea. I'm not easy cry. 3CD bad. 3CD money. It will be some share I do creamy gummy tea and I'm a cocoa. Jai. Yeah! I take down crown father.
Book store. Prefer ideal creamy for fry. The light blue was in saying what air such. Ed, Nani Bosso da femme. The Asha, it getting crack to you. I just say.
When your child is aching, suffering.
Only a woman say, a true new to me, ma wobane woko. Womra woman a dre bit to me as an yare. I fade your walk out to each other. So wobanya hututu. And nanny baby yenny ya. Manozino linsio. A drew the dead, the anen cat say anka. Na odienije benum atafre abonenum se toto. Saran soon and penny for a webusuemun so dear. Zeno 2 young to say tipaye. Cold, catarrh, sore throat, feverishness, flu, and now romantic pains. If we say a year you may ye, na a 2 year was a feature. Ain't it for Zeno tablet? Nama woman Zeno suspension. Said the Ebeya woman uncle. Mabra walk on yari.
So far Zeno name, now want to work. Who doctor? FD, I will get a Jadian Cratway, I yet to say a year.
Zeno, have a happy day and a peaceful night.
Abra Yeguswa din kabom ekwetia COVID-19 yi. Ecobank ema wa kwanya hodwa. Wodi bet na fie. Abo ho ban na wetumi du sikasem ahyewa wonsem. Fa Ecobank mobile didra bebia ne abrebia. Se wo Ecobank account ana wonibie. For text message ana email so for money sika. To credit, to our bills. Abra wuti fie edrodwo. Se yesika puduo na oni didra. For your internet banking na so. Ecobank QR code ma okwan ma ofa abefu siketua kwan so. Etua niema no dwumadi Waka won fasika potin entua twe Ecobank mobile eneya wo Google Play Store, App Store, ana yen Facebook page, ana bosta 770
Asempa FM
bia so na chance didwa Ecobank dwene ho kai sa obema kwan ada oni afoforo ntem eya ata hohoro nsa ena afei emfa wonsa nkeka wanim ohia moa bia frɛ Ecobank contact center ewo 3225 na bia ene abrebia a wontua hwe tena fie na bo ho ban Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hey, Papa, no. Where's your friend Atu?
I was at the bar with Atu the other day. He had bet on the game and tensions were high. Then Atu said, Charlie, we go lose. But I told him, Charlie, Vim day. Go! I had won 15,000 Ghana cedis. Then Atu said, we bet for the same amount. How come I only got 9,000 Ghana cedis? Then I asked him, you didn't bet with Bet Planet.
Wait, he didn't bet with Bet Planet?
He didn't bet with Bet Planet, oh. So I went to take all my money. Then Atu asked me, all your money. My betting people said I should wait a few days, oh. For the best odds, biggest wins, and fastest payouts, visit www.betplanet.com.gh. So Atu, where you there now?
Still there, the line inside, oh.
This advert has been vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Bet responsibly, not for persons below the age of 18.
Auntie B.
Customer.
Papa chow me here di be to me e Kenya ma ho den anobeya. Ade a na esanso ya moton. Wo Nescafe wawolo. Oh, there 1 Ghana cedi peno.
Who patron Nescafe sweet and creamy.
Ah, saucy. Asian Nescafe sweet and creamy fufuria. 1 Ghana cedi pe. Start strong, finish strong. It all starts with a Nescafe.
Every I side to the country mu ajadum se eye.
That was so ne macho medi mira. Ya na udi sa. Hey, na malaria na fa hia mutu aware amoni agi sa no.
Adom malakio mesha ewo hoi malaria ent na yeso nche o.
Ye kwa ye test eduo mu pe enyenum adom malakio mixture. Eni gina malaria body weakness yo tiredness yo hwim ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura. Na adom natural tonic. Esi ye nso ye.
Adom natural tonic nso. Ye num to ye a ye ntimi nidie. Eno na ya num bie didi a ye ho tayen sa no.
Adom natural tonic. Menya ni na mentimi die menum bie bono me taisa mo ho ayefe pa ene ya mepe biato ni nyina apemfo abatan a wo mo malufo ne nkwada wo ni fie dunsia nka ho e wo pharmacies chemical ne herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch e waka so opposite there to International School 024 2223 555
FDA ahwehwe sa ejedien krato emu age atum se eye.
Abra Yeguswa din kabom ekwetia COVID-19 yi. Ecobank ema wa kwanya hodwa. Wodi bet na fie. Abo ho ban na wetumi du sikasem ahyewa wonsem. Fa Ecobank mobile didra bebia ne abrebia. Se wo Ecobank account ana wonibie. For text message ana email so for money sika. To credit, to our bills. Abra wuti fie edrodwo. Se yesika puduo na oni didra. For your internet banking na so. Ecobank QR code ma okwan ma ofa abefu siketua kwan so. Etua niema no dwumadi Waka won fasika potin entua twe Ecobank mobile eneya wo Google Play Store, App Store, ana yen Facebook page, ana bosta 770 hash ewo phone bia so na chance didwa Ecobank dwene ho kai sa obema kwan ada oni afoforo ntem eya ata hohoro nsa ena afei emfa wonsa nkeka wanim ohia moa bia frɛ Ecobank contact center ewo 3225 da bia ene abrebia a wontua hwe tena fie na bo ho ban Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Eti da be pa na bebo ye sili ma ye fie ha ye fe.
Me guso me dwendwene ho the sili ye de ye.
Oh, na o wire fi wadanfo akwasi sili no. Ene wo fansa de ye no.
Aye ampo waka me some cotton sili ne me nyina rockstars.
Rockstars for tonto POP cement, plaster board, joint filler, corner mold, centerpiece, and fiber idea sili papa e ma teacher.
Se wo to akogu suto mu o, se wo to akobo sili no for when chere rockstars.
Na rockstars e grade ye si enim ne dada. Enti sori waka ni enkoto mu sili nyama ne bi. Yemfa mebo ye sili adwuma ne nyefe na kai se sa opese roxas fo ankasa bebo osili ne ma odi a ene ye easy kra roxas fo be ye osili na mama na ye fe amwani agye ho roxas fo number is 050-145-3877 and 0243-690-402. Roxas,
quality and affordable.
Franco Trading Enterprise. Still, phone Papa Fie, Samsung nie, Nokia nie, iPhone nie, say our printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise. Afa our one TV, digital television set. Aya this satellite, any ultra panels. Abomuma.
Franco Trading Enterprise. Ewo Facebook. Sa Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Eyo mwa. Eni omunija. Sasu na www.francotrading.com. Android app. Eye Franco Trading. Instagram. Eye at Franco Trading. Nani pabadi for dosunti. Franco. Edi Momo pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby. Nemum head office on the Twaya Dabraka opposite Roxy Cinema.
Hacho Franco. Any Accra station. Any MT and the DNMJ. Osu Wabe Ecobank. Accra. Eye opposite Minaba building. And a La Paz and Suye opposite Tema station.
And our prayer numbers in Nani and Chauntum 0246 422 338 and at 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise.
Still phone Papa Fie.
And you're not going.
Ensuo mankwa. Ensuo yemkwa. Nom Awake purified drinking water. Abodu nsuo a eye krojen.
Asempa FM.
Ensuo na ma wa hodede tena ho abribia. Kai se Awake bottle ba ko bi a wo beto no. Ye sika kakra de kon National Cardiothoracic Center. Awake purified drinking water. One for life.
For bulk purchase, contact 0262 351 251.
Nkratoi FD ahwehwemagia tumse eye.
Abra yeguswa de nkabom ekwatia COVID-19 yi. Ecobank ema wa kwanya hodwa. Wode betena fie. Aba wo ban na watumi de usikasem ahyewa wonsem. Fa Ecobank mobile didra bebia ne abrebia. Se wo Ecobank account ana woni bie. For text message ana email so forma ne sika. To credit, to our bills. Abra wuti fie edwodwo. Se ye sika puduo na oni didra. For your internet banking no so. Ecobank QR code ma wo kwan ma wo fa abefu siketua kwan so. Etua ne ma no dwumadi Woodwalker, one for Sikapotin, Entia, Chi Ecobank Mobile, and Neya will Google Play Store, App Store, and I am Facebook page, and now Bosta 770 hash, and will phone Biaso, Nasha Se Dija, Ecobank, General Ho, Kai Saubama Quine, Adaunia for Frontem, Eata Horo and Sa, and Afi, and phone San Kikoenim, Uyam Webia, Fre Ecobank Contact Center, or 3225, Debia, and Yabribia, Wuntiashi, Tnefina Bo Hobine, Ecobank, the Pan African Bank.
Senyoma papa eba wakwimu a ewo se wutumi ya hoboa emma enyoma ehu hia te se wohwehwe TV remote entwe wadwene emfree enyoma papa ebetumi aba wakwimu enunti ena TCL edi P715 TV foforo no abetodwa TV a wowo sutumi e use Google Assistant nakasa wo beke gumu bia no edi so pepepe P715 TV emma wakwenya ma wo ye ne ehu hia te se woni enkwala no edi agro ana woni wodofu bi enya nketa hodie ne hia ne se wo bekase go TV nim na TV no bedi won hihye so pepepe TCL P715 hands free voice control TV wo benye bi ato ewo TCL shops ewo Ghana fane nyina ana freye wo 0202 698 398 ana 0596 913 298 wo betumi akoye website nso ewo www.tclghana.com TCL the creative life.
Enapa yo enapa sardines enapa mackerel enapa soya sauce yeah enapa baked beans for sandwich kenke and salad try the tuna enapa chocolate drink avanti numbio ne creamy pan and dairy cream so avanti diania ye de enapa de suku
Enapa sardine is in vegetable oil. It's best for your kenke or your banku and pepper.
You send up a mackerel for your soup, for your stew and your love.
Na spaghetti need the Italia baby.
Hey, Napa, I had the suko. And Napa, the suko.
FD, I should say, a Judian Kratui, at the Atumuse, yeah.
Heaven, oh heaven, heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven, oh heaven, heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven, mosquito quail, repels mosquitoes, less smoke, you know they break. Used to heaven insecticide spray, no now won't malaria so better, it don't let a friend with my name. Heaven, oh heaven, heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven, oh heaven, heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven.
Asempa FM.
Do not sleep in a room with a burning coil. Leave room for 15 minutes after spray and allow for adequate ventilation.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Sweet darling,
my beautiful baby.
Hepa Plus mixture ya ebusinya num ebusinya immune system. Abusumi pinyi obia enya rede. Tia semedo.
Tie Hepa Plus mixture enya dwuma ebeye no nipadua ni mo no afa kura na ebeye nwanwa mo aduro ye ma ye general well-being ebusua pomdin hu hia me yie esene bibia ebusua wotanum Hepa Plus mixture no won sesika hospitals wo save e de ade foforo entime ma no mpafie ha
she wo ye Hepa Plus husband
radio fa Hepa Plus husband enya won so beye Hepa Plus wife na bono Hepa Plus mixture apenfo abato mo manufo ne nkwada wo ni Dumienu ka ho e pharmacies chemical and herbal shops at phone for 0542 778 572 and 0549 297 463. Hepa Plus mixer and my pomodina mapa.
FD Ashosha sa ejedi nkrato imu aja to mise eye.
Provident Insurance. Provident Insurance nyina. Provident Insurance bode ura ka kire Ghana fo nyina se. Pron ho niya. Na pepe insurance ma wo car fofra wato. Ana car wutwi deda. Achede wo ho. Ebi ni coupon ye di petrol free gu ye ka mu. Ni Provident achede ahoro bebre. Media ifiase free 1st of January, kosi 31st March. Kaise, isheshe kakra wo ho. Insurance, your future happy day. With Provident, man, you are covered.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in
Asempa FM.
At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile ones with Webercol from major outlets like Esojaman, Skyview at Community 25, Marti, Pram, Atala, and Krabia Enterprise, City Ceramica, Interstar Ceramics on the Spintex Road, Tagore, Cantamanto. Call 054 01 23 533.
Weber, we care.
1xbet de wutuminya otaka krakao sanso disika kese ma wuji wusika nso a intempem so kra nti bomodia na fa kwenye iso travel bet for 1xbet na wusu disika pem nibi nti ko 1xbet.com.gh they use promo code 1xradio na 200% bonus while first deposit so 1xbet bet BAB wo gambling what 2020 wa hwe yem enye ma wa wundi vie du wotwe gaming commission ahwehwe mu aginkrato we atum
Eda wo so ne machu medi
miwra ya na udi sa
na malaria na fa hia mutu aware amoni agi sa no
adom malakio mesha ewo hoi malaria ent na yeso nchew
ye kwa test ebi mu pe enyenum adom malakio mixture eni gina malaria body weakness yo tiredness yo hwim ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura na adom natural tonic a esisi ya nso ye
adom natural tonic nso yenum to ya yentimi nidie eno na yanum bi edidi a ye ho tayen sa no
adom natural tonic menya ni na mentumi ni die menum bie bono me taisa mo ho ayefe pa enne ya mepe biato ni nyina apemfo abatan ya wo mo manufo ne nkwada wo ni fie dunsia nka ho e wo pharmacies chemical ne herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch e waka so opposite there to International School 024 2223 555
FDA Asempa FM nkrato emu agye atum se eye
Misika enso katie roba anonso a enso estate 9 now so empare me temetwati nimatwa ni zuozuo mi twati ya mitwa sochi adi cream so abedwa idie amana easy cra 3cd pa 3cd so dia kwa me e wo bi se mi share adi cream committee ana mi kokomu a jai ati down crown fan
Book store hwehwe ideal creamy for fry the light blue asensen wa esochi ede na ne bonso da fem fd ahwehwe sa etwati nkrato yi mu agye atum seye.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie ena wasoguso a wutie na dofodom yeda munyina asesema twen yen ama yakọ about 6 minutes after 5 make us say ade a chairman Kojo Boaten Ajeman San candidate ho or your constituency chairman ma NPP ewo New Dwaben North ewo Koforidua and Wabekansa ewa representing his party, the NPP. Sanso ena Eric Ejay Okobono Regional or a deputy communications officer ma NDC. And now a member of the national communications team of the party. And also Abba Bekansa ewo studio ha. Ansa na mema wana kwaba no me pa choma me fentwem ma mo se Nescafe sweet and creamy. Mabonhu de ru amamoda. And if you want to spark your vim in the mornings, unhia Nescafe, something sweet and creamy. And if you love the tantalizing aroma of coffee, all you need is 1 Ghana cedi and a cup of hot water as part of an awesome breakfast. Inti, with just 1 cedi, Oto Nescafe sweet, and bibia wum that sugar wum milk wum coffee, e wum unya tigu nsuya eshie na wanam. And you know what coffee can do for you. Amount of that energy to go through the entire day. And the breakfast just got better with Nescafe sweet and creamy. It all starts with a Nescafe. Kaise advert way FDA Edwin Sasha sie aje atum enra me bojo me ko bi de ro etre mo se mo cars a mo de ama driver for se omunya adwuma emamo eme ye sales emamo a omo bomo ka amamu nya mo car na ho mfaso no me pa che Go Ahead Transport Enterprise aba amount. Go Ahead Transport Enterprise say odi esa wo car na opese ye de ye adwuma na ye man weekly profit and as a monthly profit fa car ne bra ya the car ne be ye adwuma na ye tua wo car in the guaranteed income eba be go account mo every week and as every month depending on what you want. And if our car ne bra na ye manage amount, you know, into weekly and monthly profits, no, near a day amount. Yeah, work and pay for ride hailing, and Uber and a Bolt. Yeah, airport chauffeur, door-to-door delivery of cars from the port. In the car, about port, now see you the brewer, a day amount. Yeah, vacancies, so much experienced drivers. And me patch when you na or driver for our car, ama won air bow car. Sales ne kromonye de bia nso ka sai ne ye beji usika ne ya the way no fabre ye manage ya wear and tear ne ye fa hoka and will give you a guaranteed income every week every month. Freying CC 0244 911 939 0244 911 939 and 0546 733 672 0546 733 672. Your offer barrier also found new station near Jojo Water and a Kinky House. In Suya Yena Numu studio high awake purified drinking water. Also one for life. And water is life, as you know. Awake, no say water bottle ba could be yetisika ni bi de koboa yenu no National Cardiothoracic Center. Omo here heart surgery, ne heart transplant, and at the intervention so. Kasapreko Company Limited yinsu idea bedwa so eno no. Your number opedudu etu 0262 351 251. And the idea say you different sizes to fit your pocket. Into depending on usika wo, your 330 ml and a 500 ml bottle, no, which will fit your pocket and your bag. Your 750 ml for heavy drinkers, more time no munsio bebre, and your 1.5 liters for those who always want more water. And a more office fee. The special 19 liters jar. Ubitmenya BSU office and I say ufie. In the end, awake purified drinking water there. Yeah, they call another level. But more than now, so baby, Ubano Munsua, there was a boat trim. Awake. Oh no Munsua, now would you near being so. Having insecticide spray and coral, then so a man for Tiago so top papa heaven there. Bakope, a common tum team. Siege edusham sronkon ewo them. Coil no any spray ni na edijuma papa heaven. Yeah, the heaven come from so I'm naphthalene balls and also when you be good washrooms or kitchen sinks or wardrobes or urinals mo ma ho yiham na eyimo mo wa nyinara e free ho. Okay, into mention so MIA and napa foods and so unya bia beboa oye napa no so cool. Yawo enapa spaghetti, enapa mackerel, enapa tuna, enapa sardine, enapa baked beans, enapa soy. And I know me bode roach remo say ene se woko ningo pram district assembly. Oma kofa djuma so bi aba. And my mo DC ya wo ho aba so ningo pram district assembly. DC yo ho e boy djuma pa. In the end the cities and habitats djumedie bi aba the Planned City Extension Project. Rent to own a land and house ownership scheme. And rent to own so abagana. And enye bibia asase na opesa wotwa enye bibia na wo se ukresika do so po na de akwa akotoda bi ubetimi a rent na nkakra ababa be ye wodia. Ningo pram district assembly and your more partners with support from the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and a UN Habitat and a day jumedie aba. Into your mind say you can apply and own a home. And as a fully serviced commercial land or space on rent to own basis into Uber rent nankakra aba be wodia. It's unbelievable. And from now till 31st March, there special offers na ewo to take advantage. And when you go pram there's a wako hoda uni masasene da from papebi. Kama. Asasi ye developing a kama. A dying so ye seen a kama. A dying aupa ye seen a kama. Or rente na utrian kakanka kanafi. Aba be yewodia. And you can be a house owner. You can be a land owner through this particular amazing scheme. In the bomade fa ho eshim. Freningo pram assembly no ewo 0557 054 635 0557 054 635. Your website a newaccra.city. The Planned City Extension Project shaping Ghana's urban future. Ma yemra studio na fe yen hyase eni enkomo we Ekosiisen dwumedie eso. Ma memma abedwafo no akwaba chairman Boaten wa hase de me kan de to manim no na Eric Ejay. Eric akwaba na ten
obi nyame adom ta wonso
nyame adom bibi ekoyi
nyame adom yegu so nkakra na wonso
Eric Ejay Bono Regent Boko
Philip Osei Bonsu obi Bono Boko nyame adom yeto abawie die se
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
ejumaden ho
yeah
na ye tigumu a yegina ye nan so eje ejumaden as a party na wo share the outcome ya ye ba ya na clearly na chese ye ni region no hwamo enti me able regional chairman ambassador former ambassador Kwajonya Mechemafo.
Oh okay. I don't know your original chairman.
Yeah.
Oh okay.
Friend a tactical man. I know the team ka say chairman dey nyama adwuma ne radio. Open information from communication for no. Enti so wa friend chairman na ade see e bom 12 na momo plan ne say. I say agro no for. And the tactics now they go for executives now, so you're born at Chidom. At the end of the day, you go to a banny and Ubia who's if you bono buy. Bono 12 seats, Munya 6. Chimpe. First, 11-1. And the Moya Juman. No, sir, chairman. With me, cast a seat we are beginning in a near ginning a dance. And I never come and they respect any. I can't 2 weeks to elections. Group P executives need.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Some specific constituencies.
In Jonah or constituency, Ben?
Let me go German off.
Wow, constituency.
Or someone can have one.
Nasasi to Moje.
Yeji. Me and the French over.
And Nana, Major Derek Drew.
One is Siaka, Deputy Bono Regional Minister.
Oh, Siaka Stevens. Yeah. Moje in the seat, Niffy.
Man, a gap there 4,000. Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, yet to know. Who's out in catch it? Yet to know. And he, me regional chairman. 6 constituencies now. Oyi ye mu bi mo se ye nkonko jemra no moje ye de bai sir ye de bia bai moje German north ye German north moje German south yeah ye je time German south na wo hwan ho na wo deputy aviation minister mama afo oh ndi onzo mo yi na fi parliament ya ho no ena moje time ye je time time so na Gabriel ena rene okay ena ye former MP na Olusu seat this time around or independent. And now MPP for him say Abamuwi. Yeah. But still Amoje ma there. Agrone there obeku na form no nti ya jene back nti ho mi
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Oh okay.
And I'll come crown kwanta Ali Mega the famous
Ali Mega. So ono ye Doma West. And also Maje
and also ye and also no 2012 yenipa ye de ne koya na ote so honorable upon somewhere the then deputy minister
deputy sports minister here meka
ye de ne buy and
ono wasan ababi
hey and oko almighty banda hinku
ese banda de
constituency na ye true din ayekum nipa ho no kai
banda yeah say ho na Pentecost elder na ye MP no
constituency na ye true din ay say you before no free ye momon tro mu they should go to water still we won.
And no movie name.
Yes, na MPP candidate no. Middle belt, Jordan kwa. One another candidate. Upon the CA in a chi, so I keep saying
yes, Ahmed Ibrahim.
Yes.
So no a Pentecost elder, so
I but once in Dino. Well, so what I'm Ben yeah. Your friend Ahmed Ibrahim, not a doctor him so emotion.
Oh yeah, crimony.
But or a Pentecost elder, now, on the asset that they was here the baby na man because your region or non na no ye mrashibejeni. Yeah. And I was saying seat no. See a bedo. See a fahim. Abre ayade. Yeah. Na me mfa this
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
On also from a region, on also contribute to the quota very well. Said the region any bebenya mama. And I'm yamini asami demfi. Yeah. So on also feel and also there was also your region. And also yes. And I want to be more intimate more mudin. Yeah. He also did. So I think so far. The last time a NPP regional chairman Baha. Yeah. Or say some of those seats now moje and omode you can omode are fem chese omo lonia mamo. And a fem chese fem sanity. As a mama. And you say on besia babeji o ma in 2020. No kase 12 over 12. So on my reasons in tier sometimes not only reasons one year research and I know it. You see me I mean you come back on it chama own to me omunim say region no woman ya na region you omudi omo na hwe nipa na woman. That's how they talk. Because they talk as if say they control the minds of the people in the region. Me boy what you also be boy 12 now our Bono region. At the end of the day, I don't know if I feel now pre-independence or come home. And now Bono regional. You're the one why because you can't say near Fred Bono Cocosa. You near meaning say a compo is any papa. As ni be my hawk. Obi what I say. And the Bono Cocos MPC here, I'm heading one. Nanya is but then in Sri Lanka, I say. You can't say Bono Caucus.
More MP6.
Yes, yesterday I was in Parliament. Me call or more meeting. I was happy to be there. At least yes, me too. Be na masha ye ni munyamu. They say you can't caucus. You say okru. Obia ye na famu there. Na me san fast dey mu edu. Am I a branch executives this time around? You see, party no opposition. Your resources near limited. You know, I'm more chair more ne a brune de keka hono. Ye ne hwe. But adeba kwa me witnessing election day na ma min Kenya. The owo motor wotinu motor kofa de onto aba. No wafa o mebuso obi afuelo. Meaning say o manipa kwan so onye adwuma na obeden obeye. So misua ne ma pifi mu say party adwuma ye. Ade bia obeye ne ye no. Nipa hu. Your constituency executives. Obi wan say onim say ya na amount forward ni bi say party officers epiaka.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Unimwana.
Sir, no more mama allowance bia.
Mine dey mam.
From national bia.
National.
An allowance more power neighbor.
Mine what? Obi party officer at the branch level obi entua oka. At the constituency level obi entua oka. At the regional most of the times nipa na ya na as a party no a form who kakra secretaries and the chief executives the coordinate affairs of
administration
so region and national ya na times on attention wo musupa be ba na ye communicators ya ye ko be sorry I will ko pon akufi what I say nti edu baby na so bia involve ni hu bia madwuma no ye ne den eyemre ba se koto nipa ketua bi so a na adwuma na ye den nti me hu this election ni ye victory na ye susu se ye nya na still ye see ye opposition na ye ya de because ye lusu ye me no ka say o kom na shebeje fia e ho de unze since 1992 one was speakership crown no nanka e yeti se de ayi wa hu bi da
dabe
but ene de ne see
Asempa FM.
Yetimi to so aba ma MP kura wi ballot papers abakosem ebeka ho history
Ekosiisen On
Asempa. Jumadin na ye ne mra shebedwam kura gise na kro no mo san de ko but anye yi wo enti party for na yenim se mu wogidie wo yemu no mate se nsemtwerofo no bi mu bisabusa questions ena party for no mpa aba obi party for no gidie omu wo yemu no won Uni manka obe vie for regional secretary NDC.
More executives.
Me can be bibia. Why will you be disappointed in me from Bono region? Because you were 1 seat, me and 6. We are disappointed and now crowd problem.
I disappointed because we got almost more winning presidency, which is turning out to be.
Or you disappointed. Our angle ben see winning presidency. At the end of the day, you all caught. And you can answer me say baso. But Mate Okra say me answer say party for no. Unya information.
Me Musa is a party for no. Me say doesn't he think say based on the rhetoric post election and what is playing out in court no mo misleading mo supporters with some of the claims I'm here to.
Are you thinking for supporters?
I'm not thinking for them. I'm asking questions based on what happened.
They are not disappointed.
I've not said they are. And that's not what I said.
Na say na meet you pa. Baby now person onwina den
that is what you think. And yet the meme join is the opposite of the man.
Lead cancer. Over especially next week over can you team no.
Anyway, I mean congratulations to you and Mutimi.
Yeah. Now I think other regions in so they did well. They did well. And the Ghana for us although say ya to abawi your quarter you challenge the process. But Oshe Vosa, your flag bearer, ya, a Yanimonyam, because your two barrier of a modi, or much 34.4 crying travel. No money bar, no one who was so much pink sheet, need some sheet to the dear Dagana for us. My
member chairman Kojo Boateng Akwa Baba, Eric Nanabi, I mean, Obi, greet Eric for me. Tell him I am monitoring him.
Lawyer na wa nana bi mesome monitor pa
protozoa no say obi Eric J Pekasa catch no mama
na protozoa presidency to say ozo mechiano na chief of staff
political affairs assistant Emma chief of staff
post no say Iraka
enye nkwala
otimi hwe akonde so hwe enye post ketu
Iraq can go ahead.
I can't do it on the house. What they propose to him?
Political affairs assistant to the chief of staff.
And can thank her party Delta Force name Invincible in Ankamotion as you.
Potoswa a big
man. Oh, a big man. Wasn't it, Chano?
That's true. Potoswa, good evening to you. Chairman Kojo Boateng, that's saying.
Obi. Yamida Che.
You're two about Yeshia.
MC Yeshia Baku.
Okay.
Mr. Befa Baku and Sana.
And
Sana. So we are commander at the Intino. Commander in the radio, Intino. There's some best permission for Juan Sana. Into MC Yeshia Baku. But I'm tired show. And they say me by me show Kakran, me said they were tired and they said there. What about Modi?
Dominic Adoro.
Yami Shrow. Now, any of my dear Moya. So, that's it. Me championing from Chagan and Penny for. Chia, Penny, sir. And yawa yokumuni said we are see. And who amane share ne area by ni idea. Obi. I just said it takes really a bold leader to stand at this test. Na omampenia ya die. Musuma ya die media the more support to be do say na no tie said the comments are no more about COVID-19. Na said the point wako afipa ni obi ubekaya 2020 some February around this time.
February.
And you who said this disease, you know, this COVID-19 epeja ni mua na ewiase hu ba bi o medefa na nyamishra no say nimdia odiamo no na pamfo nyina the chief of staff, the staff of the president, the ministers, because obi say me catch say me crowd say me too kwan kakra about the 2 weeks upon what I witnessed. Say Oshe now the current president of the powerful country in the world recognize say anamoa Ghana mampenie to the steps to arrest this it's the same thing now they are applying them in United States of America. No wonder say if you ask to me who say omampeni etu anamo kese na still I bebo an momo because yare no enko he
David
so na you say baby e pija ni mu say ye mrantie ne so na nenam what I say it let individuals take their own individual responsibilities na who say yare na nyawo a edo beko enyo mampani na de ne beko it measures for the two nyina yemwa no be yes you say ye our own leaders said ye tie fear you about time to control our own domestic areas. Now we can fight this disease because okay society madaruma ye kunya need the be everyday press me ade e bayama e du ba bi na e fo se yare no kra eko afi ade na ade ne ye koye nim na eko base na wa ye hu se de tie nti mesre na monkoso mo mumyo model ne kese na ye ntumi nko ye ninku ni say ene beti FDA for another year they are out say they are also testing at the it's an innovation say yeah also to mean your drone bia as the South Africa nya bi say America for create to be because they are saying say there's another outbreak be by free South Africa but so now they are buying the South African the vaccines into the area me gidi say betumi akon edinkunim me da wase na obi o say Eric said minchia no na minchia one ne illegal team nyina na minchia one omampani dada so what I say baby o matam Ghana akodu obi pa hwe da bia me dinkomo obi midinkomo so be the honor so better hai and someone okay come from Obron region so na election mo be kikai so but baby ayegina obi me parliament what you are witnessing in parliament today it is good for the country. Ask me why. Because the constitution we should expect this. Except say we are law student. We see constitution. Bisa who say baby ya kofa samra wenu nyina ye hu say democracy hu hia say be participate no. Ujudi say ya adwin nyina ne say da bia say one side majority ana. As a time able to Trump, now speaker of the house, no new opposition. Obama ebeko, now speaker of the house, no new opposition. Bill Clinton ebeko, speaker of the house, no new opposition. Catch me, Bush ebeko, speaker of the house, no opposition. So if you are practicing all this, you should realize that it is a way to tell the citizens, say, ebedu baby no, amamu no, say when we want all the inclusive, and your inclusiveness of the maternity, now Eric to one who's in DC, me no go find some minister. Where you can have check and balances from other branch of the governance. That is the most important. And you know, what do two who it's good. Obiako election no win and energy. Yes, sir. But how is it going to help the system and build the nation? Because what be be paying? Yes, the citizens are testing the philosophy and then Obia program. How is it going to help the system? Now, at do time almost say, okay, let's blend the two. Then you share baby a bit miracle do. Into the governance, ama ura nanado.
Yeah.
And then opposition, yes, you are 50-50. Let me agree 50-50. Are we going to build a unity government for the betterment of the citizens? Because to me, I urging you, I say, be your money ye. Na ometo to my mufon so edi. And this is why me person me choose be arguing. And Nanado is the best president for this time. Why? Because Oshe Nanado record. Any baby are no free. Ni papa time. And that was the time that we were practicing parliamentary system. Prime Minister system.
Yeah.
Yeah. That time no nyakolasa. He witnessed it. Onwankasa ababedi member of parliament paying. Huh? Why attorney general paying? Why foreign minister paying? He understands all those things. What opposition paying? Until at his age, you see, when you grow wiser. He's the only person he can accommodate this kind of system. Now, try to see, say, obetumini obi aye jumana. Me, this is what I'm looking forward for. Me don't know obi. Enye, they say be when me dey down, me can I say na the bia on don be we as the bia ye wi obi. On be we as the bia ye wi obi. But sabi the oko we are there, any the oko take room for. I have this one question, pal. Me, the bia na just say, also ko take room for. What is your motive? How they ko ten? So to me, make that judgment in India. So when you chrono na be na okope no fa wi ade aka ho wakofa. Na so also obokro na mama chino to prove say, listen, tiering is something we will not accept in our system. Kebe boy. But we the okoba na ebisa say na akọ ehu kronfo. O twam no man hwe, but na menim say na me gina wo say akọ obetwam krono na okobo. I mean, what kind of behavior is this? Inti o ma yakọ aba no me de abasebo na me boy ye koye nim no let go na won say ma tena hakika o kan buno kan o list nyina so o time crowd o so chen me de ana refi ana do kasa ya na o de o kasa o ka hwe me na bi jira bonti ye call o me wi abetena ha obi inti yeah, that's it. Mate chairman me da se papa akọ aba nso bi obi please the entire Kaswa NPP youth wing and the Team No Sleep crew would wish to say a glorious happy birthday to our adorable MP and Minister Designate Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, Honorable Mavis Hawa Kumsin, hashtag Hawa Twasu 2024. Nana one a constituency youth organizer, Ewutu Senior East constituency. Let's come back now. Yenche in court and Nioma.
Quickly,
yes.
Now or can't. COVID asem. I think I was saying my any daho. COVID real. Na say obi ben na who say an artist in nipa be ya na ogidi pa. Anya hwe minim so nim obi a wanya bi bia ne ho krato no. Yeah. Some of us ye hu bi. Say Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Enti ye bestre baby a yare na dru no enye obi yare e wo ho last week na me ho dodo me kakra na hospital na me wo no opiefi emergency ward na on your right isolation center enti me da ha kra na me ni ha no na me nya okay so what I say because why am I do and what is a enye better ho nti covid real obia mo ne ho ban e wo mu se aban no wasudi eno de oyi fi mu enye yi but wo nkwana nkasa na ihia wo chen aban no nti no edu bebi a men twen se ma me fa de srede ma experience no kakra en twen se wo ba ko early local authority yesa aban fa PPE ma nti no wo de nose mask no wo de on PPE ma but obaka bebi na adaka one talk Roberton 1500 sounds are behind the ye enkonwa ne canopy wa check ka no enti edu bebi a fato ho so se eye wo we japade oba ye we japade because last 2 weeks am fi sunyane ba na me ba akra obi se wo hia nkwada na omko prepare school once omo uniform cry different omo de minim se nose mask no omo ni university for no modern ne bow tie ena hyehyɛ bi mu kon na omo abodwe uhia sai tofo na omo de obi anhye bi kra
Asempa FM
me madam fu bi wo University of Education whenever obefrɛ me bia what I say obefrɛ na nose mask bi wo hɛ bona na mo no school mu ho no se mu ya abodwe course ana se ne yare na ba fade ne kata ohene fans ne gaga ne selfie kakra mu be 20 no mo the nose mask ni na bo mabodwe sa serious o and this things na minim say aban no ba bonten say even schools ni bia kono mpanimfo ho mo monitor then they should monitor wo enye they don't use it at all enti e besre yare no so obi ben woni wanya bi na wakwa aba na okamu asem a obehu se nya de da form
because joy news call IC we were East Hospital ekoye story na journalists ni wura hospital on what they did because now nurses now you busy into almost saw camera na em record voice who's a nipa home na ne home ni insisi so a and record voices from the room na wutia oh Jesus Christ
so no na make me tell no
say no ambo hu am nima de bebo hu bi I don't know
how ni how about has say I didn't is serious serious nti e best parents no students ni de na hia pa because they were enkwada behave fa no even your water sharing institutions crown school suba no ya na we mu dance ya ba fie na live a normal life no
na school no ko tepe
o de ba fie nti obi amo ne ho ban and as I say the e ka say yare no new version na be ba na ye hu de so na ba ko no kra ye ntimi so ano na another version na be no ye ntimi steady no kra eno so ehumo nti ye be sire obi a this is the time awofo no yesremo oba ko school a nose mask so wono ntimi nto disposable one na ye use na otontoma de na okoba asima no efe but dan say aban ne de oye den a da bi oba yo see one time me de ba emedru da doctors kura complain PPs na aban adwananum me de ba obi aya awe so oba ho ban obi me da say
Ekosiisen On Asempa
quickly am say and your sign court
yes
na mitie we interviews one ura kwajo upon chroma kasai and na one menu asami jemfi so kasai and na osane lawyer ba na hena ya munya mu neutral lawyers ni free
na hena we anya Ghana ni we na ya Ghana
this metiase me bisa se hena ya mu discover mu free ko mutimi discover neutrals ni bi ba ya na enye easy
argument man here any point of law
me say you see law is all about arguing me wa no ba ya o kan de na de officer o chese ne de ne right o but the rate to the kan na enye mra kra chese ena na metika o ba na is we be another discover for forever but I thank God you see this election petition ene ma be bracing wo Mekai said 2012, 2013. That was when our lawyers be more de popular Oklahoma. And no movie no more did you.
Sir?
Oh, we want me base lawyer.
Want me base lawyer. Morris Asempa.
I say we want me
TV base lawyer. On Asempa FM.
A homo no mono de be kikansem bi okroma didi atema.
No, but he's been called to the bar. Or a professional.
Na makaden.
I also want to me base.
Say me follow no nsem o kan o want to me TV. Me follow no. Me follow no.
Or your program on TV.
So no your lawyer o want me ho. And I must have a quiz so no security expert. You see on also security you want no so go. Your friend is saying what damn free. Bad. So when you have the transfer call. And to make a sort of massy. So this very petition is different. Once we know Caneno, the one a man for run the commentaries, no lawyers in your panel on we candidate we and shut down Conessa. More fresh be more among command. Maybe me tea and no many other because at least. Say uti ha na uti ha ye mo so na yesu empenim for no I think say rich nti ye do mo nyina se but then ye court no asema na dabama so application bia na ye de ko Supreme Court say ye ma ye kwan na enema ahodo bia enka ye behia say Electoral Commission no be man ya kwanya na ya inspect no nka court no en grant man
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
upon arguments e course o court room ina no court no twa na ho bai obai de obeka kire ye ne se omususu se omu ema ye sa kwanya na enye ye with stated reasons by no na metiu now your analysis and Okoti, one of the justices in the previous.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
2013.
And now, say when you say contention, and indeed, and authorities need to need to almost IT baby in CI or 99. They can't honey no more issue do na. But well, him say Emrana there, I say the bosom of
the judges.
And the judge and then the abandon the ownership. But there can say any more nyajene. But ni na say obi asem na wo court no say ye kire Ghana fo mu a asentrofo no so nka mo major role to play some mo take election time some mo your coalition multimedia munya figures
in terms of the I don't remember the actual
figure.
But in terms of the percentage, around.
No, me ye figure no percentage ni na.
Okay. We would have to.
More based on what records
and yeah, reporters from polling stations
from polling stations.
And what we did, almost Sunday.
Yeah.
Pink sheets nankasa. And then we
did. More than Electoral Commission the NEP.
Yes, almost that will be a margin of error.
The ninth declaration. No NEP.
Around that.
But more nya ebiana enye the same but around. Yes sir. That is it. We want to court na ya kono.
Asempa FM.
The biameka your Supreme Court. And you the Court of Public Opinion. Supreme Court ne ya judge for na omusua mra na ombetenase. Na the end of the day, omodoso afanu no ne de no kre na to baby wo se de to. And at the Court of Public Opinion ne me wa yenye mranim fui. Anase ye di ejuma but yenye akwanya se yetimi fa ne afidie so Adum TV for ada romane Asempa FM. Yetimi fa ema yetie bi. Enti ebi wo ho mpo na wo hwa. Onye mranim ni no utimu sa de we pa de okan ye nokre. And your friend tried knowledge no meba. Enti e me fe so obi a hwe bi wo Ghana. Enti every ruling bi e be fi court aba no. Judges need your discretion aba na mebo. Your mususu so mo de ba abonten e be bo ama mo na mo de aba. But minim say ye won kofo bi so atifia. Judgment no so almost timi ka say ye cry any judges ne so nya adwene ti say the petitioners no. Ye raise a lot no. So that angle no manage ho pa. Obi ebiem ye court say 2020 abana ye to ye no. Electoral Commission declaration now ye no. Enema bi touch makakra. Enti ye court na yako test emra na eda ho no. Ye was a commission ne de ye adwuma no. Se odi mra no so ana na adwuma na wo ye no. O ye ne mra kwan so a. Ene na ya de di akotene pa ho. Enema ye de court minim so o ya we pa. But ye ko ba bia na narrative na sesa. Ena mo court. Mo de din na munya ai. On se na no na judge ni busa o court.
Yeah.
Say yebusa na yɛde ni nyai woni me nua same ye interview manage portion bi pa obi at the end of the day as a party you were your coalition center you can say any coalition center the grand any serious political party but here is the case obi ka kire o say ono on pese oye beneficiary of Ekosiisen On Asempa FM election and our results enti figures na ba na ye ka ho asem asat now na no frame me nua kwadwo pon krono ono kro wantimi ama figure no o say ebeba meboa because since 1992 this is the first time I heard about the onwene yes ye wia no and na the lusu yes so ye wia no wonim za because ye challenge say enema bi ko so anko yie no owura Peter McMahon ogina mu ma owura Kufuado e wo court so ono so ne voice beba ho mo sister station Joy the very day na ye file your petition no ye free Peter McMahon mo no so kura ka so mo so ye o calculation no figures no kura isi so di bi kama hama ho enti very interesting. And this is the first time the Oluwini yes area no, the Olusu yes area no. And I hear court to say, Juma die na ma many di ya yesusu se ofa akwati kwan so na ye no. Court ba tan na betimi aden achirim. E wo mra kwan mu no say the ma many ye ne ya omo na be ka kira at the end of the day. And the angle e pese ye shift ko and amomo percentage munya asen, momo coalition munya asen. Nye no na ye de court. Yan court on ye coalition issue. Yen ye di problem court. And a court ninim. And that application your mobogu. A kai me ma share electoral commission document bia or the bar on 18 December. But they said you can is some mamma na makan. Shabe bia massacre was yon. Not kind document at any other.
Okay, into a press release from the 18th December 2020, the way after election, the process. Election data is safe and will be preserved. And our final paragraph, they say, we reassure the general public that all data generated before, during, and after the election has been preserved and will be made available to any interested party in a transparent manner when requested through the laid-down process.
How many try? Yeah, electoral commission.
Yes.
Then a buy on the crata we babonting. That was when ni yenyan NTS electoral commission omu data some of the nkofo mu ni omu yeduma so omu call omu say omu like ya kan say I say omu cleaning omu machines ni so ni ade na yisi this particular statement babonting. And on one science so ka say omu bebo ho ban.
Yeah.
After say at for ba wie ne de didi mu nyina no na se obi mpo hia bi na ofamra kwan so a omo be meeting available kwa Asempa enya bi enti ena kra na minim se nka was a case no kra yes true chanka kum na wi
adentia
because what we did ye my electoral commission na kwanya kra se case no nka di wi ntem because wa sema wo de beto abonten date ya me ma obi kan we say everything available but say nipa famra kwan so na so say oba abedi a obema ne electoral commission woni mo moto
transparency integrity
fairness and
integrity
enti we dey crowd and transparency na person prevailing mo bi ehu no ye dey ho kra beti anameboa
already famra kwan
na say mra mu ne enam
yes and a court na makwan
enti na me ka say we two courts in this case you were the court of public opinion and the Supreme Court.
Yes.
The honorable person me komu kese. Obi ya to abawi figures asemo aba ho. Ene yesi oh mama Jemensa wona won se wadwuma wo ye nyina ho te ana meboa. Se ho te de a on krata na wo de ye on kontabuo na wotwe ba ko bia wonya figure ba ko de ba no. Mi enhwe ya nkase fa beche. Yesi pese inspect documents ana meboa.
Court is a movie.
Oh, dear TMMO. Yet, yes, you were duplicate Ninachi, and on a still Debia now to be a different figure.
Ekosiisen
And you're going to say, and now, mammy, with different documents be a NB. And not in a Debia figure for forever. And I want to say, will be a reasonable.
The court thinks otherwise. Say, and you're reasonable.
The court, yeah. That's the opinion, so they may be otherwise.
But that court cannot do anything.
Yes, or one pass judgment, or what can say. What am I say?
Yes.
Until the court no say omu any ade bi e wo mu so omo grant the mind. And I make say in the wisdom of the electoral commission kra ne lead counsel just na Amenovo is why no. Amenuvo. Enka we a nice opportunity mamo kra nke fine case. Because mo na mo pese mo kire se mo niam amu ye nyina no. E da na akwan mu mfom so obi na ba akwan so. E na ekokodu that level. Obi, me ne wo ka say, wo ya we say on the night figure by different. And ye de krata ba ye say ye ba be corrections me boa. Ye de krata na ba say ye ba be correction. Krata na electoral commission obi ansan chase na say na make you unsigned statement no mo de ba no. And also figure ye different.
Why the emphasis on
say me kire mo hu. Because baby am ni wedri.
The other man make kind say I said.
And no na me kire djuma shoddy work na mo ye no bia.
Adentia.
Na o ya baby obi wo wedri. Na o work ma adwuma kase bi te se multimedia opposing na wa ha ne dem
programs manager
so office nti so twero krata akomo wura kwasi twuma o fa paper no ro na wa twere owia na odeko on fa on shan shashe ma ne hu se ye wo na ode ba obi question be na obusa me no and you think that ana Jane Mensa no nim say electoral commission aye de one ne kunu mo na ti yo by electoral commission no ana commission adwuma no it is enshrined in our constitution. Into your mind, the Juma show sir. Untimi nyane to say na or run a private business.
But you are picking and choosing. You gave me a letter.
I'm not picking and choosing.
I'm a letter way to read.
Yes.
Based on which you advanced your argument.
Yes.
The said letter is not signed.
I know.
But you believe the content.
And I'm saying electoral commission says so the crack tabana unsaya. What is about Bontebe the bank is a Yamana Deba?
So what's
that is the habit of the current commission no more.
So what's the point?
I don't know make you say. As an institution, be to say electoral commission, or my inade ni juma di ni GDH wo. Utimi the crack aba bonte hu hia se usa.
But it is from the electoral commission. Omo yi na was. You've seen the logo. What quote you omo Tony. So you doubt this is from the EC?
Obi, and a computer where the aye we. Unim de nipa timi the computer cry yo. Wo me no tears say betimi you pabo e show near the kambu ase. Near secure to say what dressing proper NZ but niema bi to say signature net on print mo no enu nyina woni nsunsan so wade bi a wiyem anameboa
yes
enu ti no ye ma memu wa kura so no ko bank no ko bi account a ye busa na so obesi an obo so obetim ni amani ink na watim o kene bi asem ba na ye kohwehwe na ne nsa na odi tim ye no eho dance di e den e wo ho so no na ne nsa chase. But under this current commission, omutimi the state member anytime, anyhow, they don't sign. Omu you're comfortable with it. Mamenko asema na mekoso. Obi, figures here, omugu su chenyi na making. On the 9th, yasisano. On the 10th, yasisano. The said response omu de by way petition, paragraph 24 so figure no so different. Electoral commission create and the catcher say, oh, pay your honey na koye site. Anameboa. Ye the pink sheet ni na begu hamo. Oko nkofo side ko bo pin sheet o ya figure na different. Eti na court ya ko ede na nka ya bo o mokura o. Na nka ya mo adwuma na ye fo because asad na wo be 4 to 5 figures a okura unim de odeba. Ena NDC fo gina court o figure ho a. Na nka ye de ho aba se ye pese inspect documents na obi. Ekosiise nka mama masem kwa yitia da. Eno ani weni and until the results no by na case close.
Yeah, but almost because I don't think if the court
and until I'm
director some family and come back
I'm running there someone the catcher say two courts in this case. Yeah, with the Supreme Court and the Court of Public Opinion.
You did not go to the Court of Public
Opinion. Yes, and I'm saying the verdict of the Supreme Court no hold the anameboa. And only a gusu see I can. Me actually I didn't favor verdict number no. And to the amateur only say electoral commission Jumedia odi nyina no. Eye Ghana fo nyina ye ni nsem.
Asempa FM.
Na me baby a case ne kono. Afi na ye de ye hu se ye ko baby a ho be ye de. Because now no amodi ori ase edunkati akotena adakam. Omototo na no. Ye de ori Professor White nso koy. Ono nso ya toto na no. Had it not be ori achachu de ode koto court na nim se omo wa asem bi o so omo kana kokuo mu a. Nka megidi sekan an ka e bi afiada. Ya maame Jimensa so be den. Ebe kwa akotena adaka no. Na the friend say this cross examination na yekoso no pure mathematics o nkontambu asem ne yekoka no enti say ye ma first figure no na ofa no calculate percentage ya onyae na wakọ 5 second figure calculation nipa be ye no kroma no won calculus no mompa do mu because what the woman did wanya de she ate wa fom me ne okasa sisi president ya yi no te akonya so owura Kufuado se ma me ni declare ba no ya gazette meboa is about into law eno esi 135 ana meboa ye wo ha na ma me kru ya be kasa kire se mfomso bi bai eno ye corrections political parties are starting busa questions say ye number ni sum fidi ayeden ye number nu na hwe ye ne one di ejuma enti se wakoye bibi na wakotena fie mpo ahu se bia waye mfomso bi a because ye stakeholders in the process na ye nya end product ye na nado a wona wa declare no bibia si afre ne nyina yen san jojo na ehu de obeye wokotena fie a chese woni ukunu di nkoma osoro ya wo se matwe statement me de aba
oni ni ukunu di nkoma so why do you make
no what should I say so no consulting
person of a commission
on na wo fie nti o consulting no ohun say why mistake no
he doesn't consult nikunu he has other commission members
okay Matthias
it's not a statement you should make please with the greatest of respect
okay Matthias say wo nya ode ba de oti so bi obi ti
enya me ya me da
say yes sumye ma adwene me pese me kire say okoda aya sumye ma na adwene no e no ohun say mistake aba na ehun hia say obefre party A ana party B mpo aka kire o mu say juma na me di ye no from so aba ho ntimo mra na enye ratification odwen sa e no no de ne pe because ye campaign the whole Ghana on the sponsor nti one can't kire kra ye any problem and now they think say going around the country all companies all people said that form again na see ne kwan so fair parties na ye involved in say declaration na me be ye no ma hu se chimato bi aba ye nim sa de bi ananso wo ho na me boa ba chinchi na atwan wa ye mfomso o pese o chese o mfomso no you can still justify enu nti na ye komre mu ayese munya figure na ye percentage asem ne kano nti se okodu court ni ebusa se o figure na wo de ba ya wo kano wo se na ye total no say
total valid vote but total vote cast
total vote cast still total valid votes now so interchange no is it the same obi yang hore ani mu nkosoro because wo na wo se yes figure we no we interchange no meboa na nka wo se o kan we e na akọ kan we nti mean say sa figure we dem from so obi ani ho ne dabre ne ha as at now electoral commission documents na wo change figures sa figure na wo say wano ne fom ya wo boy no so asesa ade na enya ohuhu de
on Asempa FM
obi hwe de si wo Eastern region nti so obi ka say ye call for documents inspection na so obi se won te ase a yeso ye nte na se ye ne wakoto aba ye wo krata ye nyina ye de ensa sha ase ene ye sign ye see we certified result me wa from a particular region nti me of akwadwo watching sorry okufie Eric J sorry okufie because ye nyina yenim say ye hia ene ye de ensa sha ase say we ne certified result electoral commission akoda sorry ya also ono so hu say mfonso obi wom no but what are they saying now
sorry
now mo ye den
it was that same day now.
Good me ba say asem na me kan
okay
electoral commission sign by
I think that chairman o
me ba oh now who so no ho man party
oh yeah of course
all make us in the interest of my party me ba obi ye wie ya so ohun say mfonso obi wom na wo check is mfonso ni wie no other parties no na we mo de omo nsa hye say we na eni ho
and what's wrong with that?
Obi, what's wrong with that? Are you telling me what is wrong with that?
But the law, the CI 127 govern elections shows what must be done.
So are you supporting the illegality na no perpetrating?
Which is an illegality.
But if you are telling me say law no so ma ho kwan say omo mra na omo hye no so they provide the columns will be inside.
Absolutely.
Na say wo say wo why mfumso wom. Na wo ye correction na. Wo anya any avenue to reach them out. Yeah, kuta pink sheet by
but your agent left out of their own.
Now we're saying we are out. Obi, you see certain things. You shouldn't be defending them always.
I am not defending.
But what are you doing?
Okay.
No, Obi, meba. Obi, meba.
I don't deserve the right to ask you questions.
Oh, you are asking. I know, and I know your level of meaning. Yeah. Obi, menu inako coalition center. Ya coalition area. Ya who final figure. Ura Mahama nyase Ura Kufuado nyase meboa
yes
odo nsa ahase ama nipa ogina ho ma no e na mede men nsa ahase ama nipa megina ho ma no say area men na ho manya copy of manya me duplicate me ko e na won so anya wo de na won so ko ye wo ho na ye kokopie court ye kwa akoka bato no mu asem ye kwa ka bato no mu asem ye kodu wa krata aba ne ye sononko ne de ye ko san bi no na de na aba no ye nsan bi
it is mon sign bi no does it invalidate
omu sign no da ben no omu ko da correction no e na approach ben and omo de reach others aye de omo nya obi you see certain things no me de manu si form no obi unim say asem wo court ya na ye nheda nkomu pi nti ye ba na ye kasa ye measure language nke betimi aka bi pa but obi we de etoda eya yen apply we de ye nyina yen fa fi nyansa akran ka se munye law asem ne ye ka obi ade na efo so de pinch summary sheets na presidential summary sheet with granted one on see figure we unya say fa kire ne ehwese eno ano no wo de o se wafum enka adwuma na si o wo kura na e wo se opre wo nya lawyer no kura na so do ko challenge say ye nya ruling say ye de sade ne beba ne ya start kan de be kan bia fine but the issue ne say as at now ye de ye wo court to say de maame ne ye ne e unconstitutional enti na fact go 63 na ye de akogina Supreme Court to say court no enhwe na eniema ahodo bi a emra ne kan omonka ya na mutimi bisa question me o raise issue be say one of the issues say almost say pardon me ade no we any other bearing on
material impact on the result.
I know you see they no more raise issues near the or kind of say courts
justices no
well yeah
Ekosiise
what I say
Asempa FM
Obi when we say me person me call I know me nko but the me person me catch on say
yes
say oba ofie what the one see the to ho na wafa wo so wanye bone what the two see the to na wafa
FM
wo so wanye bone akwada akro na benyina kodu level bi ne watwetu but time o start ya na de me fa eja de me fa na nka otia na anka kudu level and you know say every ballot counts anameboa
every ballot counts
obi a vote who won fato and this say okoye kuntuna say na yekofa presidential summary sheet offer summary sheet na tabulate figure na e wo so na nka wo say 54,000 na akoye 57,000 ojina ho awonti ase then electoral commission ba headquarters me de manu si form obi Mr. me de manu si form Mr. oda me de manu si obi na electoral commission ba headquarters so me declare ba no we enfum so na correct no simple question obi ubetimi abusa na ne say na sa constituency summary sheet ne so errors no ba figures ni bi kwa keka ho so correct na
Eric J any
assembly complicated but I'm sure for it that momwa
chairman Kojo Boateng mamintio
obi meda wasibio na
Ekosiise On Asempa FM
sabre yedi sankomo na wiase asembia ne ka e won bobre the enti am refer say na obi minim say o ye law me pese me bisa o pa say ebi empa na motivate you cross koye law so what you say ebi at the C 2013 they display the courtroom smart boy young man awobaso you see I like the style of Abia Philip Addison I like the style of Tachu. What you say? It is Ejuma we maybe. What you say? So it has its own ethical values. And then odu ho akorum. And then Asempa bio aba court. If you are seeing nyina ehwe. What you say? Na obi me nyamra nim.
FM.
But the metiase pa ne say the common sense approach of the law no a technicality na wusia no me nkosia bi so what I say so technicality no na e build to give you a lances say jama Kojo Boateng unya asem a wanga sound ntimi nkan wasem sa asem no fa koma obi na onka asem ne ma so what I say in all of more conso you have your legal principles modiko counsel no yes sir you have your legal principles the limit of the law. Number 2 you have your principle and the guidelines of the right to fair trial. Number 3 the role of the principle is about the general principle ebi and the constitution they are to hamaye wo bi there we say no adia wo ye utieti achama Kojo Boateng fa ho die so constitution ni man ho kwan obi wo na be hu mimi hu So what I say? The last one I'm person me chuma adwin course to say. The principle of the rule of the law no. And no na ye nyina yakoba ni aba be hye samra nase. So what I say? Inti obi me ba wanim. Say obi manya asem a say me your client you listen to my case. So ethical values. You number one, you advise me. And yes, sir. You advise me by saying, say, Chamagojo Boati, what's a me a meeting? To me, Bijidi say it doesn't stand the test to win the case. Meboa. What me? Because I know San Yama 9 and a market catch on. Oh, now when you mean media margin say, Obi abom Mr. Tro. Go by way interview me. Who say me na me di kan koso akwa na tadim. Me twino na no who say no me harass no si mani so. Utie wie ye no. Be say chenchira person me di akwa no court. What advise me say chairman. Baby a free ba no. Asem na enye de. So what I say. But so person me call dia. Won so hu mu bi as a lawyer. What I say. Intin o ko ni say. Either say number 1, you give me undertaking say. So the corner with D4. But I mean, a question be Ghana, there is a law say me Obi, be the master bro. Now me corner me D4. Now me who say, "Whoa, you misled me, Or let me use about you misled me, Me alright, say me see you na.
Lawyer no di was
I maybe so your student lawyer. Me answer me.
That's interesting. Depending who's a Muslim, no. Yes, Nipanama professional advice. So, catch us say a quarter. You can win, you can lose.
Yes,
you understand. And he said, "So understanding the Juma." You cannot.
Do you have any declaration for me to sign undertaking? Say you have advised me. Say case no enye de.
Yes.
But who the who Juma? Intimisa case ni sa who the corner who differ. Me I have no right.
Of course.
But sign undertaking now, But who because super so you Juma into who advice me?
Oh, okay.
What you could do court?
I get where you're
Mako, me differ. Me pesa me bisa se me kona me differ. Me tumi asi wana. Hamra ne bi okroma.
Sometimes no lawyers know professional bodies in the general legal council money at the other or so lawyer bi enya you can take.
Oh, enya bibi o ye wa enye.
No, so said
okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Into we fan say bia why obi bi enya wa advice we ye me boa.
Yeah.
Obi
abra onim say
case no enko yi
na nisika ope agenti.
Thank you. Sana mpese me bisa sa question no. Na orata chichikata Obi. Me kakra minim okay to for an attorney general case.
Asempa
papa. The camera nim ni say a constitutional law to say Obama no money ade anka Ghana han kono any the president of the republic. And minim pa because me try to for an attorney general. One na na do ne die. That time no me mrantia. On say nipa mienu nyina so brofo ka. Inti the calculator da bia won't. So what I say?
Ekosiisen On Asempa
it over a certain level be. Into this particular case, me, I had the petitioner. I had the former president, Madam Fo. So, Lusu case here, on see you touch you.
I didn't hear.
Me say Lusu case here, on see you no. Because he knew very well the only case with the statue's background. I said, "We some just feel like the man kukodi." And Kenya me ya. At the end, Sami Janvi we law school. Akola wa bomo do we kra no communication director. Me ba okay. Inti ne bia practice no kra no any punches ni court of laws ni ade en kro dan hu mi ye. It is Sami Janvi ne kra no ko toto papa so a. Ye be fa ni sa. Na sebi. Papa inumdi. No atam asema. Obi mi ti akire. The common sense. I'm just using the common sense because me a lawyer.
But on here the cross examination you who na sem ni you.
Obi asama eden wo. Ufra say na wo kwa. Wani tia. Na the no person visa crime say sa use pa ye make cross examination na ye can say ye ntwen. Obi ye nema me no pe. Okay? The validity of the resource and declaration of the resource.
Yeah.
Upa me lawyer ni but upa chance Friday or Monday or Tuesday say the me tina box mu a So go beyond Sani Mamunia Makaya, not a brilliant lawyer. Only Bibi Obeka. What I say? But you should have advised your client. Say, Master, baby, I don't know. Oh, say, Uncle Fa ABCD Maya. Me to me, Asempa FM. And now all your witnesses. Uti and some more Mukaya. Yeah, the Jama Ghana for. I say, don't get display in the court. A show say, or no, only run what the same yamity hey. It's all the Obeka be actual. So, now if you stand the test of the law now, a walk court to Nidia, and penny for no honor, I don't mind any argument before. No more my judgment, and nothing or motivo. The Andra you witness ye. Say, Brapa, and no near summer you see ye do a court. Now, and summer yati will krumha. Obi. Me, a resident of the other Nami will eat a crack. Timothy, and most have me by no ye. Timmy, I said, then tea, papa. But, Sabi, a PhD holder,
Ekosiisen
a doctor.
On Asempa FM.
Obi dini rare, a show mu. Obi. Share between Rojo and the doctor, they are the life and the soul of the petitioner. At the time, I know Mubo baby, I know Moti. What you say? Now, Sabi. Adia who ye so.
Asempa FM.
Unim the implication. Ya de wa fantiti mu. Wakwa could do baby a. Papa ni jidi se. Baby a yesi e ko declare fan na ne de se me the doctor e ko tena ho a. Me da meet me under. Intino, I don't have any problem. And ra me tie papa no ensem o keka ya. Na me tie questions na judges no ebisa no. Na me tie kira na bia ba me tirim. Na bia wo lawyers ko ntimi ambisa ba hwe na judge ba ko e de abefam. Na de ye me ya na me pese ontwe adwen ko so. Se judge ba no tie asem ni nyina. Onjo no bisa last question. O say doctor ade ben na o kire e university. What you say?
Send the nurse you obusa on a lighter.
No. Obi. Sure. Titini em pan mu kan sem bi obebo mu a wo obi a obefo say on the lighter note. But me am teaching. Say if I look at your pedigree, if I look at obi baby a fiba. Papa no e kan adekon o kire wie no. Obi metime bisa bibi say o say oye o kire public policy.
Yeah.
On a exalted observer, difference between in 2013, when we were talking about the polling station, a PhD holder with a polling station officer at the time, and a year or exalted observer. On no difference between when they look at the language properly and compare at the time our judges bisa yan witness a ye or about me say unipada or agents now. At the time, a year 27-0. Now, agent no way. Or so no ho. No, they are no then exalted observer. Into wo at the time I obey declaration. At the national. No, I just saw Coco consult too. You need me any difference, Beno. No, be answer me. Difference, Beno.
Asempa FM.
But you got your audacity to come and sit in the court. To defend what the language I say
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Word by word. Ora John Mahama, any ora Sedun Ketia, any Ofosuan Pofo, all the leaders of the NDC, Obi, since 18th of November 2018, Yenum Kwaya Omodi Electoral Commission afasu ukrumha. How many demonstrations omu yentia mami? Obi no mu jinidiana? No. Wasn't the same time we had demonstration na unyinini na unim se maame no onka no kre na unim se onya wo be wiawo unim se obe kunaide with the second respondent and all those things and now we de chire Ghana fo nyina no you were keeping your eye on Bibia Amoye because you're a stakeholder. Meboa, let me quote Ora-John Mahama a year before the elections or say you cannot trust the neutrality of the EC. Meboa. So kind. Until now, your soul and your body, a PhD holder a professor, a doctor, a policy analyst, a teacher. Also, Uncle Jinaho, because one day only say the need the whole wine. So, Uncle Jinaho. Now, I say, Mamma no swami. Now, I act in the good faith. Where is the good faith is coming from? So it tells you, say, every day the noise that they are doing outside, you catch us only incompetent, they prove it again. Why? So who catch them say, Mommy, we used 2 years, 24 months, night, day, demonstration a day to say, you see, your man who to look movie, what are my better can be FM. Now, a day, and a nipam you know at to me, sorry, say, you were back on why Minister Crada. Roger, what interview in the pain? What interview in the pain?
No.
Oh, the upper go back at the time and not President Kufuor. Neko tier Rojo Metal Nunu in interviews. Brofo. Can Brofo say I know to me catch President Kufuor on te Brofo. Obi awako Prempe, Ako Oxford. Rojo to me catch on te Brofo. And I didn't even know. Say Rojo etiho. Not that the word instructed, asked, Masa, Otia, Okasa, almost about 30 minutes. I was Otia
already see a Kofako comment.
Otia say, Otumi, I use those words against the president. Now, so I act in the good faith. My Ebisao, there be. My Menone Kasai, there be a PhD holder. Ochren Kwaladi. All these things you are telling the world to say you have a case to analyze to the world. Hey, even an American Rojo at the time I oko because no I be paint. You know right, Muhammad believe say he's the best person to represent them because 204. Okay, so they are court. Intinu they believe say he understands this practice. There may be some case. I don't know what funny major hono. Unim, the entire me can say Orata Chuchikata or Yevia or Raja Mahama on Suno. Rojo try to keep his pedigree. Me, my understanding is say, oh, me good who know mass because we so many case. Because he's the best witness than Professor Namukofan by
Doctor,
oh, na say PhD ni prof de waka ka no mo ya ben. O ti ase.
Doctor.
Other doctor no. PhD, master, you must respect the dignity. Otia Menichan. You spoke for 30 minutes. I didn't utter. Now mommy sorry I don't care whatever you talk about. What you say? What because 30 minutes? The word I know, you don't know quarter of it in the world. But I was quiet. You see? 30 minutes. What's that 34? Obi, the American say, it is uncommon yedi no. We are showing our credibility to the world.
Asempa FM.
Wo, and someone who can't say we're winning elections. Wo catch we are singing and say obi wiao. Na say and na yakodu baby a obi akowia. We are stakeholder. Now communication director need doing komobi. Obi, you are too smart. Inti na me pese me komi. Because someone so dey be ameka to. Someone na pese me bisa na ubisa. Say, wo Obi a wako elections. Now we do this Obi a wiao. At the end of the day, Obi, Senkasa relieves no almost short to you. Senka ye grante woman. Can you mabe? You started from the polling station. Meboa. Nako. You see, I gather all the documents. The Baba baby. Now me say, come bisa ba kupe. Kajo said the national resource. And na yepe. Yekita yen krata nyina. Odi azimi give them the benefit of the doubt. Say time yebe declare no na enipa na ye ne te ho no o se wa pie wasoma no so onkoto kele ulemra into obaye no we declare resource no intinu based upon that
or con a flag bearer
that's why no can asem we be say use resource man and as once man e bia no koto kele ule wetimi dey show bia
ye beba ho
enti yenyo dey intinu yen can say we also yes stakeholder na wo mu bi now they declare the final results na uni ho obi wo dey abo police station and obra okita police station okita constituency collation sheet okita region obi wo dey abo be do what get that on numbers we have to say your chroma your bobo results we number the numbers be nam chroma where is the numbers can't you the funny nyina bra na compare wo dey also ma na declare 3 different results obi I have no problem by constitution the current number will declare no na exist because they have constitutional mandate to do that and now your court opa 3 ni nyina we declare say court catch us onko fan finfin die na na ba current one me boa nti we enye ntokwa bia nti odi opa boa why the fabra nti uba no be catch court say me a stakeholder adia me keka bo mu this is what it is I have no problem court no so be say ampa obi say anything no ka kotompa asem wo ha so ono ko fa esami jamfin the kan o say kotompa akura be gina ho no no one of the pink sheet or the buy no or ade ye no o say bro yisi die so obi e dey na chen we say akotompa kan wie ye no say court no person mo gi document na o so be ye no wa bom calculator enya sa na e bro so a o be say yisi ni say why this incident sa sama ye kan no na say wo so de wo ni bi now per public court opinion now they are judging because you are looking for your next elections. You want to tell your party people say no they just want to tell their constituency officers in say listen we have won the election constituency do enya Urajo Mahama say boss me win ye me the case in court intinu Monsan farming court the next round. The agenda of the petitioner is just to have sympathy from the party people. Said yeah, or contest you are any problem, woman. But we don't have that problem. But don't deceive the public. And you woman, you know, this for Obi a worship bine or you this ni. But the interesting show, I course a courtroom where this is about Christian law because I am fair. But a munu crepano. Any day, so to say, it say yes, see a your citizens. I'm on my ya. Let's do it right. Now me around Mahama. So when see touch you, I mean, just said that me Marco Pesica. Now you could see touch you. Do I have that right? Me need that right. Can me right? I can me touch me soon because he has deceived. He has deceived the petitioner because our clear way to advise the petitioner say okay enye de asem we enye say court now judges ebisa
but was the reverse no rather than say lawyer be a court on the instructions of the client in the Chachu could not have gone to court without the instruction of John Mahama.
There be the American say I know am let me know the hunkomo me bisa say if there is a clear undertaking to advise him say case no me nyindi say ed me
but wo say me nkwa
meko me dey say me koye madwuma me that is what I want to know say yes sadia na natachu ne ho son sente sadia Urajo Mahama so soon and just because of instruction there's somebody my body and me ntiase entina me now the 4 principle of the law say me ntiase nti wo na wa question and I say technicality and am about when you have to advise me na say what principle as a lawyer, I can tell you for the fact, say me, one of the best lawyers in this country, Dennis Plus, Ajay Jumo, one of the best lawyers. Obi minya assembly the call crashing him. He just told me, Chairman, I said me for me senka. I won't do it. Opa kopi na onyemo. Since that time, I respect the boy to make sure. Ain't good. You are confirming it. Oh, now your case. Who can be? It me case in ya. It me ya lawyer.
Okay.
Or what principle? Or what values? Ethical reason. Me majusika because the case no enye. What you say? Sana na me expect to say. The Ekosiisen Supreme Court. The father said technical argument here say. Me pass judgment because I'm only way. Huh? Can this I can make say. Say tattoo we need Messiah appeal. So they say, oh, we need to make appeal because no because well, when I'm saying pass judgment, that's what I'm saying. Because when I'm saying the case, Enye fe, enye de. Enye mi ya, say, omu ya papa nisa. Obi a we di president pain. Sabi, hey, akunya de nyame bo no so be ma obi a. Wo, oda sorry anopa na ye vice president. Oda sorry anopa bio, now ye president. Ghana toa also. After all, I anko ya. Don't use the public emotions to disturb the people. Well, what demonstration? Who didn't go for pray? Obi, have you checked? Now parliament, what is a parliament for Quebec as a police for boom? One thing.
I'm over kind minority.
Thank you. Now for some minority, second branch of government. Omukurampo kurano, Orua Tachu, and Orua John Mahama, etimia from brain. I don't mess the street so. I'm a yakushin so share gomuso. Officer Umpuma Commissariaco, Obia who we need election. Our constituency, a dear bill now pay. Eastern regional they can, and only the two regional can. But catch and San Amiqua Bruce. In the strong room in Eastern region, Obi. Omu collation in a year. Now you have 32 constituencies. Yen identify. Almost sign missing or catch him say na NDC for crack kwechira na be me nwa Fred Baba Jama no bisa no. When we check the list, we realize it's only 32 constituencies. Ye hwe mu an ye hu say yensu ano enka ho. Meanwhile yensu ano a wotu a uji ho achini no. O member of parliament na free ho. Ene kotunu. No cry wo monka. Any are bringing a contemporary citizens and no supporters just to cause commotion. All the time they decide somebody intro. Me say Ayensuano, a NDC ni candidate no parliament. Obi yako ye hu ye no. And yes for say oh. Na okay na ka catch me say yes for Obi. One with I and 34 constituencies instead of the 33. Any ye di hu komo. We have 33 constituencies in Eastern region. So into argument any day. So what created 2 pin sheet into me why? Now and then I'm who says I training warm agents in the collection center. No photocopy and I'm the training. In the whole professor cry no names a baby or cry. It's our declaration 13 from 13. Region near 12.
12, yes.
It's no mukrano. Send the chino. It was there. Also on him. He was challenging even the judge.
On cast form na the train no. And yet form 13. That type of form 13.
Oh na. I don't know cast mommy. Wo from 13 na mama ni bisaye no. He Obi, aside of what you Ubisa question that unim the otu aso akonti. Mama ni bisa ne say so ko training or say ane. Yes sir. From 13 you the training or say ane. Na me bisa say into that time I ko training no. You can't yourself from 13. There's a comment on it now. I'm not talking about the Supreme Court crap. Me hold there. I would have said you are under pressure. It's a big review. But the question, Eric, judge, now won't come on a country into one country into judge. Opa, the young one I'll share. Opa, confront Professor White, like I said, will be any chairman for one. Mamina Sama, Obisano, and just so sorry, and Obisano. Obisa said, train, what could training? I say, Annie, because judging very well say it's a critical position here, the amount. There is nowhere they will leave everything like that. Say, sorry, koprekon. It will train your wakunina, your eye, your soul, your body, everything is about the documents are and in the court. I said the man in from 13. Now before they can also from 30, but be anywhere will make a comment. I wish to thank a professor Bekan say, oh, there is, but yeah, we didn't get opportunity because at the time I buy I know we declare no. Man to me and sign media. That is why I'm saying, say, I don't think he have a better training to represent Papano. Now, then some you know, so anything I'm saying, what do you write on Hammer? One, Obi a Woko collation room. Obi. What's na where you phone charger, phone the Unim say, Yanu create region. Obi starting from 9 p.m. Our results starting say by a constituent 9 p.m. Obi yet to the next morning, the next day. What you say? Next time you will call national. So what preparation are the call?
Ekosiisen.
I do preparation plan are the call. Into sorry, I no pana. And I will do for year the obey we also me call college with me phone.
Okay.
I couldn't communicate with the petitioner. Now you fast some try near sorry. Oh, if you have a weak case, you have a weak witness. And I believe say dear MI. Sir, ye kuye ni muno. Ye nyina beti asese ye the Asempa koni ese ko. Then you say we decided say we want to draw attention for ourselves. Into yanko panda all the judges. Ya nya ye beka to so omu de omu tan. But what the omu ye is just a waste of time. But obi wo ye ma. Unim sa. Because you usua no e baba be steady case. Yeah. Now who go forward no. Huh? Who go forward no. Oho na obi hu say and some no say bana say ye can. This is where we stand because you are monitoring. I said I'm more referring to 2013. Meboa. Intinu media the media jani say Urad John Mahama said the American says so we no nim say and you no understanding or catching no the lawyers at a chudi animu edada and some franco quarter we are unsiwo. Chairman Kojo Boateng the attending can Ekosiisen On Asempa FM Eric J and so ewa Oma we Emra munim say enne kotoko any inter allies ebo ewo Accra Sports Stadium, right? Accra Sports Stadium. Asempa FM, the headquarters of Ghana Sports. Yeah, basisia. Na the live commentary.